the beginning, there was nothing. And then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
I gotta get away with this.
No! Say, man, you got a joint? No, not on me, man.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
That's true. Sometimes I cry.
Oh!
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
From the strangest corners of the internet, here to bring you opinions of the world from an altered perspective. Here are your hosts, the Drunken Peasants.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Drunken Peasants Podcast. This is episode 1426. Oh, I didn't even knew numbers go that high.
They usually don't go that high. Usually you're the one that goes high, Ben.
I go high. Yeah, I go high. I realize you and I both had some forced vacation where, like, you know, you had to go to the hospital and I went without power for several days.
Yeah, when you told me you were without power, I was like, I'm going to go to sleep. No DP tonight.
Yeah. And then it came back like the next morning, and now it's back.
Yeah.
It's back now. But
we've had a hell week here in Washington.
Yeah. I mean, a good amount of my neighborhood is still complete darkness. Like the only lights are like cars driving down the street at night, and then some houses have generators, but very few.
Yeah, we had like a whole mall complex down the road from my house where I got my local mod pizza is. It was completely dark last night, and there was like roads down. I went to go to the doctor yesterday. I was driving my regular road to the doctor. I had to go through a detour because there were trees down in the road, and there were trucks taking the trees out. This was yesterday.
Yeah, that's the main hazard with the high wind is the big Douglas fir trees getting caught by the wind and uprooted. I guess, like, in proportion to their height, their root structure is very shallow, apparently.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's so many hills, too, that adds to the ability for it to not get great rooting. The trees that grow up on hills are...
Yeah. And then you know, like a tree that weighs thousands of pounds, the momentum of it falling on top of your house... You know, like that, the woman in Bellevue was killed. She was just like taking a shower and it crushed her house. I can imagine just like taking a shower and all of a sudden you get crushed to death by a tree. You know?
We had a tree fall like right into our house a couple years ago. Took out the back door steps, just crushed the steps. Almost fell right where I would be walking when I leave my house. I left the house, then came back within an hour, and it fell within that hour.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Crazy.
I have several trees within striking distance from me. If they ever happen to fall in my direction, there's a few of them.
Willeen Ray in the chat asked if there's any looting going on.
Nah.
We're not like the looting area. All of us are the people that stay in their house during the purge.
Yeah.
We protect our stuff. We don't have a ton of people that want to purge.
I mean, up until recently, looting was basically legal in the Seattle area. They just finally decided that they're going to start cracking down on like petty theft type stuff, which is like for the last like 5 years almost. They were just letting people walk into Target and take like a shopping cart full of shit, you know. So
the purge is over.
Yeah.
Yeah, the looting got ridiculous.
Yeah. So strangely enough, they're cutting that down now. Cutting it down.
Did you watch Captain Planet as a kid?
A little bit.
I just recently, like, there's a ton of people nowadays that are like talking bad on Captain Planet. They're like the MAGA side of the people. And they're like, nobody liked Captain Planet. They had to force people to watch it. And I remember liking it as a kid. So
I didn't hate it, but I didn't really like it. Nobody forced me to watch it, though. I don't understand that. There were plenty of channels you could change the channel to if you didn't like something. So
yeah, I guess like Cartoon Network had to play it due to Ted Turner's mandate.
Yeah, Ted Turner's an environmentally sound guy. So he'll buy up a whole bunch of land just to like leave it be. You know,
yeah, he owns like most of Montana, right?
He is, at least he used to be. I don't know if this is true anymore, but at one time he was the largest private landowner in the country. Like as an individual person and not a corporation and not the government, he owned more land than anybody else. So, and we in Columbus, I don't know if this is still a place, but we had Ted's Montana Grill in Columbus, and that shit was really good. There'd be like bison steaks from Ted's bison ranches and stuff like that.
Yeah,
loved that.
I remember going there one time with some battle cam people. I think Joe was there. It was fun.
Yeah, I like it there.
Steakhouse.
They made you use paper straws there because of the environmental consciousness. That was the first place I ever used a paper straw in my life. All right, I want to get into the Trump cabinet stuff because it's the freak show coming to town, and we're gonna get into it right now. Gaetz was probably like I thought Gaetz was gonna get in for sure because Trump never gives up, and there's enough Republicans in the Senate to confirm anyone he tries to get in, but Gaetz felt the heat and got out.
Yeah.
So
I guess there was a second 17-year-old on the grassy knoll.
Maybe. Possibly. Here's the intro.
He called me sir. It got me so fuming angry.
People are discriminating against wolves.
Wow. They're laughing at us, at our stupidity.
And you better well learn to love it.
All right. Let's see. I think this is Fox News. I got Fox News and CNN's take on it to try to get like either side of the cable news cycle. So yeah, here it is.
Well, the starting
the Trump transition. I'm like, is he getting tits or what?
Yeah. In which bathroom is he going to use now?
Right. He's going to ban himself from using his preferred gender bathroom.
Filling out.
That'd be great if he got elected and then just flipped completely and was like became trans. Him and Caitlyn Jenner were kicking it.
I mean, they already have. So there's just a few more steps to make that entire thing possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A handful of positions remain open in President-elect Trump's second-term administration. You know, at this pace, we expect a full roster pretty soon. Senate Republicans, well, they promised.
All right, let's take a look at what we got here. We got that Fox News host who we've watched and made fun of multiple times over the years. Yeah. Just because you've been in the military and seen some action doesn't necessarily mean you're qualified to be the Secretary of Defense.
He was the guy that threw the axe and it missed the target completely and hit a person in the band outside of the Fox News station. He, like threw an axe at this. He was like axe throwing for a segment. Completely missed it, and there was a band practicing on the other side, and it almost killed a band member.
Okay, so you want to be the Secretary of Defense, but you can't even throw an axe. That should be a minimum requirement, and if you can't, then you're not qualified. Yeah. Sorry. And then I see Kristi Noem, the woman who shot her dog. I thought she was done after that.
Does this say Department of DHS?
Yes. Yes.
She shot her dog?
Yeah, she wrote about it in her memoir and almost like bragged about it.
That's who that is. Oh, my God.
Yeah. So there's that. There's Mike Huckabee. He's going to be the Israel ambassador. He is like a Christian Zionist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's going to be a tough one for the Palestinians.
Yeah, he's been interviewed about this over the decades he's been in the public eye, and yes, he's all in for Israel to like basically crush Palestine. You know?
Yeah. Damn. What's William McGinley? Are we familiar with him?
No, I am not.
What's his position?
I think it says White House Counsel. It's so small, but I think it says WH Counsel, so I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
John Radcliffe, Harry Potter's dad, CIA director.
Oh.
No,
yeah.
Really. But that would have been great.
I don't know much about him, but that's
he's a wizard, Billy.
He's a wizard,
Billy.
His parents were muggles.
And then Elon Musk, the Doge. He's going to be the head of the Doge. When I heard that, I laughed my ass off. That's
Elon Musk.
This is selfish. Like, I'm not saying overall Trump getting back into the White House, I believe, will be a net negative. But I've been holding on to crypto, like this crypto that I bought like almost a decade ago, and it has all shot up like crazy.
Oh yeah, it always goes up during this time, and Bitcoin's at 100K now.
Yes.
Everything else is blowing.
Yep.
Elon Musk is the guy who kind of like disregarded Tesla for a while, came back to Tesla Q1, realized that they were down 20%, and he decided to fire 20% of Tesla just immediately. All these people, goodbye. So his idea of efficiency is just getting rid of jobs.
Yeah, he's a money guy. Like a lot of the businesses his name is linked to already existed, and he came in as a money guy to like help fund and get a big return on his investment. You know, like, so PayPal was a big example of that. PayPal really made some good money for Elon when he was younger.
Yeah. I think this Department of Government Efficiency, like if they just go around and they figure out these companies that are like scamming Medicare or that line, if they're just targeting people who are scamming, basically, that might be a good thing. But I really don't know.
I don't think they've ever actually clarified what exactly they're going to do. Ramaswamy is a fucking clown. Like, he is just... It's funny that he look at that shit-eating grin on his face, too. Like, he could never be the candidate for the Republican Party. They would never... He has to be appointed because they don't want a dude that brown in charge of anything. Like, he's not a Christian either.
He was the first one running for the Republican seat or the position as president that like stopped and endorsed Trump, right? Like Trump had gotten charged with one of those first big charges, and Vivek was like, we have to get behind Trump right now. We're not going to run against him anymore. You have to get behind Trump. He was like one of the first people to back up Trump.
I mean, even
was running against him.
Even when that's true, when they did the debates, most of the people running, except for Chris Christie, like said that they wanted Trump to like get pardoned or whatever. So they were kissing the ring because they saw the writing on the wall. And Christie wasn't serious about becoming president. He just wanted to talk trash about Trump on like next to him on stage. So, like Ramaswamy is like a younger Indian version of Trump. You know what I mean?
Ramaswamy was kind of like the MAGA version of Yang, Andrew Yang.
Sure.
Yang Gang.
Yeah. He takes some of Trump's ideas even further. He says like climate change is a scam and it isn't even real at all. So he's got some wild ideas. And then it's crazy to see, you know, at first when I had first heard of Tulsi, she was someone who we knew wouldn't get the nomination but wanted to make a name for herself, running as a Democrat. So Director of National Intel.
Yeah, I think this is actually a smart move by Trump because now she gets all the American intel as well as all the Russian intel to work with.
Yeah.
Have Trump's cabinet in place.
Oh yeah, are we going to go through all of them? We can skip the ones we don't recognize, but
yeah, like RFK Jr. He's completely going after, it looks like, America's food industry. He's not going to go after the pharma industry like he initially had thought.
We'll see what he actually does. I don't know. The dude's crazy. I have to wonder if he's if he's on gear, you know, because he's kind of. Yeah,
he might be. Might be. He's probably got something prescribed to him, like TRT at least. Doug Burgum, I think everybody thought he was a fun guy. He's like Cowboy Doug. He's like a real American MAGA.
I thought he was boring, and I thought Trump was going to choose him, but then I saw J.D. Vance, and I'm like, he'll choose J.D. Vance because he's younger, and I had heard that his sons were buddies with Vance. So, but yeah, I think most people thought Burgum was going to be the running mate for a while.
Yeah.
But, yeah,
I see. Marco Rubio's the next one I noticed if you go in line.
Yes, same here.
This is Marco Rubio.
Same here. Oh, actually, hold on though. The border czar guy. I've seen him. Tom Homan. Homan.
Okay.
Yeah, he was like.
Homan.
So he's the one that is going to oversee the mass deportations if they get the means necessary to do that. And they were like, well, what about families where like, maybe like the father is illegal but the mother isn't? And then they have a bunch of kids, and he's like, well, I mean, we can just deport the whole family then, is literally what he said, which is insane.
Yeah, that's
the
road they want to go. I see Stephen Chung, the communications director. I don't know him, but he looks like somebody who would like be tweeting all day with the quartering.
He's like Butterbean or something. I don't know.
He's got something going on.
Yeah.
Dan Scavino. Caroline Levitt for press secretary.
I don't know who she is.
She's a blonde.
Yeah, of course. He picked a Fox. I wonder if she is a Fox blonde that he picked. Remember, he had Haley. What was her name? Haley McEnany. Yeah. And she was a Fox blonde, basically. So that's what he's doing. I remember he had Huckabee Sanders at first, and she was not pleasing to the eyes or pleasing to the ears. So then when she left, and now she's the governor of Arkansas, by the way. But everyone who kissed the ring of Trump went somewhere. You know what I mean?
Linda McMahon as the Secretary of Education.
Yeah, what the fuck does she ran a wrestling company. She's not an educator. Like they made her the SBA director last time, and it's like, okay, she ran a small business and made it into a huge business. I guess that is like that is a qualification for that. But education, she knows jack shit about education.
It would be awesome if they started teaching pro wrestling as physical education. You can get drama and a physical education credit out of the same class. That'd be pretty sweet. If Linda McMahon pulls that off, I like that. Pam Bondi looks like the Attorney General. She's the Matt Gaetz replacement. I don't know her. Do you know her at all?
No.
She looks like she could have been someone Matt Gaetz hired. I don't know.
That's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say it. Yeah.
I'm looking around here. I don't see Dr. Oz on here. Do you?
This might have been before they named him. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. He did name Dr. Oz for Surgeon General, right? Well, there's a woman here in the Surgeon General area, but I don't know.
I don't know if he was Secretary of Health or was it Surgeon General? I couldn't remember.
I don't know.
Yeah,
for his first day in office. Confirmation hearings will begin with the new Congress in January. So, what trends can we discern so far from the choices? New Jersey Republican Congressman Jeff Van Drew joins us. He was chairman of the Trump campaign in his state. Congressman, good to see you.
I'm surprised Trump didn't pick, Ye, Nick Fuentes, and Sneeko to be on his cabinet. Sneeko's the best.
Nick Fuentes kind of like went against Trump in the last few minutes.
Well,
someone says Pam Bondi and Carolyn Levitt are from Naughty America. Is that true?
No.
Okay.
That's not true.
You better stop, guys.
So you're welcome.
Good to be with you.
Well, we just had the breaking news a few moments ago. Brooke Rollins, announced by the president-elect as agriculture secretary.
This guy has ventriloquist dummy energy.
Close to him.
The guy in front of the American flag?
Or is head of the America First Policy Institute, which was founded in 2021 to carry on the Trump public policies, chair of the Domestic Policy Council in his first term. So do you see that he's picking people, who can carry out his vision, carry out his philosophy and his policies in the federal government?
He is, and that's what a president should do, and that's what...
Oh, yeah, by the way, please like the stream if you haven't already. It would be amazing if you could please like the stream.
What the majority should do. Look,
there
was a strong voice in America. We voted. and we decided that the path we were on was not good and we needed a new path. And what is great about the people who he is appointing they are people that are not just part of the system. It's not the same old, same old. It's not just, Republicans and Democrats not having any real differences or not meaning anything. Sometimes people used to call Washington the uniparty with good reason. This is a significant change, a new focus, a new vision, bringing America back home for a better, bigger, stronger America.
Oh my God. Okay, I wonder who this guy voted for.
What are the big choices?
That American flag tells me he voted for an American guy.
Treasury Secretary.
Well, yeah, you have to be American to run for president.
Benson, billionaire hedge fund, operator. He's seen, they say, someone who could placate Wall Street, at the same time be kind of a disruptor and raise some eyebrows because he had been the chief investment officer at one point for George Soros. What do you see? Will he address the debt? How will he address the economy, do you think?
Look, he's a smart guy. He knows.
I like how anti-George Soros they are, but they just championed Elon Musk coming in,
right,
and doing everything publicly. George Soros at least had the decency to hide in the shadows.
Yeah, he doesn't do a lot of public stuff. I mean, like, it's known where he puts his money and everything, but yeah, and there's all these weird conspiracies about him because he is kind of reclusive. So yeah, that's
he knows what
that's a good comparison.
Are, and he
I heard he eats
knows
live bunny rabbits.
How we've been misled and gone down the wrong track. So what he knows is when you have a vibrant economy, when you cut taxes, when you increase revenue, when you're exporting energy and have all the energy that you need in America, that then you will have a better and stronger country and everyone will do better. From the billionaires right down to the guy breaking his back, working every single day for a union.
Trickle-down economics. The guy breaking his back every day finally has a chance.
Yeah, he'll become a billionaire easily.
This is an exciting time. And you know what's exciting?
If only we let the billionaires get richer. Once we get trillionaires, then it'll trickle down to like road workers and bus drivers and stuff like that.
Yeah. Once we get trillionaires, like everybody will have to be millionaires or else they can't afford to eat.
Right.
They'll die.
Yeah. Let's check out another perspective on this.
Let's talk about some of these headlines.
Oh, Geraldo's involved.
With former Fox host Geraldo Rivera. He is...
Oh, my God. Remember we watched the video of him getting his nose broken when the neo-Nazis fought the anti-fascists? That was interesting.
Wasn't Geraldo with Fox News for a while?
Yep. Yeah, they just said he's a former Fox host.
Yeah, he's back with CNN now. My guy's flopping.
Well, I
like it.
He came out against Trump like a month or two before, and they were buddies. So that's pretty huge.
That's crazy.
News Nation's correspondent at large. Geraldo, thanks so much for being with us.
Hi, Brianna.
Wow, what a delay.
Nice to join you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, in Cleveland, it's just so delayed.
I first want to get your thoughts on Gaetz and his...
Geraldo chooses to live in Cleveland.
Withdrawing from contention. Are you surprised that Trump didn't end up going to the mat politically for him?
I am relieved, tremendously relieved. I don't know if I am particularly surprised. Matt Gaetz is a toxic stinker of
a stinker? What a stinker.
A toxic stinker. What is this, me?
A legislator. I think that he would have been a horrible choice at the Department of Justice. He's barely a lawyer. He's never prosecuted anything. He has a couple of hours in his in a family firm down in Florida. His sex with the underage alleged sexual encounters with the underage young lady, the 17-year-old in Florida, and the threesomes, and then the New York Times releasing, the diagrams of how he paid off scores of these ladies allegedly with PayPal and Venmo. Is just a lowlife. I don't know, how the president picked him. I will never know. Seems that it was an impetuous choice. There are a lot in that potential cabinet, Brianna, that are very controversial, but at least they are arguably competent. not like this guy. This guy who tried single-handedly to destroy the House of Representatives, going after, the Speaker, Kevin McCarthy. It's just...
I'm kind of surprised with all these names that Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't get a little piece of it.
Nah, yeah, I don't think he wants her in the administration. He wants her to serve her purpose as a congressperson,
Yeah.
He wouldn't even pick Boebert, He could have made her his
soldiers in this Congress.
Yep.
It is a relief, and Pam Bondi, in compared to Matt Gaetz, is the best choice you could possibly make.
I like how everyone was shocked a sicko would nominate other sickos.
Right? I like how they were all happy about him working with Matt Gaetz, but now that Bill Gates offered to work with Trump, they're like, no way, stay away. You eat live rabbits.
I think the Matt Gaetz thing was like a loyalty test where Trump was going to be like, are you guys going to do what I want and certify this guy? Because he knows he has the majority, but he also knew a lot of Republican senators don't like Matt Gaetz. So this was him being like, you better put the guy I want in, or there's going to be hell to pay. It was a loyalty test to be like, all right, who's truly loyal to me? That's
it was pretty opportune that his report was about to be dropped too.
Yeah.
So he pulled out right at the right time.
Yep. Yeah. One time he knew when to pull out.
I mean, whatever the relative quality of these two people is profound, and I wish her the best. I've known her for years, interviewed her many times. She was a regular on my at-large show on the weekends, and often run into her in the green room at Hannity. She's a real prosecutor, a county prosecutor, with vast experience. Yes, she's controversial with Trump University and a bunch of other things.
Trump University.
That I've heard you mention. But she's the real deal. You may not like her politics, but...
Well, to that point, Geraldo.
You may not like her politics, but you got to admit she's got nice boobs.
You think she's independent?
I think that's a fair question, and I think that we have to watch and see.
She wears turtlenecks. Oh, that's a deal breaker.
I'm
what
not
is she
sure.
hiding?
Yes, hickeys.
She be Merrick Garland? No. On the other hand, she's tough on crime. I
don't want a woman with a turtleneck using my bathroom.
Nope.
I think that she'll do an excellent job from the prosecutorial point of view. Politically, I don't know if she'll go along with Trump on everything. She certainly is a close friend.
Oh, if they don't go along with them, we saw what happened last time. He'll fire them and get somebody new. That's what he does.
It was only since Bondi allowed Epstein off. She was the Florida DA that allowed him to walk. That's interesting. Trump was using Epstein's plane during his campaign.
Is that Billy? Is that big fat guy down there Billy?
Is that Yoda?
I know this has been up here, but is that Billy? That has to be Billy.
That has to be Billy. All right, now we're at 600. Thank you so much. Thank you. So I guess the next milestone is 666.
Yeah.
It's 66 cents.
Break us off a piece of that Satan number.
The president-elect. But I hold out hope for her, and I rely on her. When she was reelected, Brianna, she got 55% of the vote. So the people of Florida have judged her and decided that she was doing a good job, Brianna.
So I do want to ask you, with Gaetz gone, now there's more focus on these other picks. And there are a lot of critics of Trump's defense secretary pick, Pete Hegseth, who say that he's unqualified. People like Congressman Jason Crow, Jake Auchinclaw, Senator Tammy Duckworth.
While Hegseth is unqualified, luckily he hasn't had any scandals with 17-year-old prostitutes.
He's had other scandals, though, just not with 17-year-olds.
Veterans. Last week, you said of your former colleague that I think it would be a very, very steep learning curve for Major Hegseth, but I think that if anyone can do it, he can do it. And you said some very positive things about him. I wonder, has your opinion changed at all since this police report from the 2017 uncharged investigation into a sexual assault allegation against him came out?
Also, a fair question. I did not know about that 2017 alleged sex assault. I think that it certainly merits investigation, and people should ponder its significance in terms of his confirmation. But I go back to what I said last week. I don't retract that at all. I know Pete, Major Pete, pretty well over the years, and Fox and Friends Weekend, and
yeah, that's where I know him from. I know him from laughing at Fox and Friends.
Yeah, that's definitely the Fox and Friends guy to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess he was like a lower rank military guy. Was he a major?
I think he might have been a captain.
A general or anything?
I think. I'd have to look it up. And he did see combat and stuff, but I don't think he's Secretary of Defense material.
He's in charge of the nukes. Guy almost kills somebody throwing an axe on Fox and Friends, but he can handle the nukes.
I mean, ultimately, Trump's in charge of the nukes. I watched this whole video about how the whole structure's into place to confirm a nuclear launch, and no one can override the president deciding to launch nukes. There's no one. Yeah. Once
Trump doesn't have to worry about getting reelected. He could totally throw a couple of nukes, not give a fuck.
Someone would have to go rogue to stop it. I'm not saying that couldn't happen, but in the actual rules, there's nothing that the president ultimately makes the final decision, and once it's confirmed, the nukes fly.
Linda McMahon goes rogue and slaps him like she slapped Vince.
I mean, it would probably take a military person to stop the launch. It would have to be that kind of thing, not someone in his cabinet or anything like that.
Socialized with he and his wife, Jennifer, and I think that he has to get enormous deference for the fact that he is a legitimate combat veteran, twice awarded the Bronze Star.
He say enormous deference?
Foremost advocate
like the Vaz
for veterans
deference?
In our country. He's very popular among that community. Can he run a business with 3 million employees? I don't know.
I saw a whole bunch of clips of this dude denying the 2020 election results. That's probably a big reason why he got the job. I mean, he kissed Trump's ass on Fox News. We know that Trump watches a ton of Fox News.
Yeah, Trump loves media. He's a media man.
Like legacy media, right?
He likes he was watching Joe Rogan, and he loves the combat sports.
I'm pretty sure he said he's always liked combat sports and pro wrestling and all that stuff and boxing. Yeah, he's been doing that since back in the day. But he did the Aiden Ross thing because he said his son was a fan. I remember him saying that. And I think he meant Barron, but maybe it's one of his 40-year-olds.
Barron.
Okay.
Barron was highly responsible for Trump's appearances on the podcasts and stuff and the live streams.
That everybody, that has any center-right kind of feelings believe that the Defense Department has gone too ordinary. Too woke is the term that they use.
Woke.
Too much with.
Yeah, they've learned. All they have to do is call something woke, and the people on their side just freak out over it. It's like Eric July and his grift, but it does work. You know what? I went to like a gaming convention several months ago, and I saw someone there with an ISOM t-shirt on. And I was like, holy shit, I actually saw an ISOM fan out in the wild.
That's awesome. Oh, man. Did you follow them around? And
No, I just laughed. I just laughed to myself. I just had a good laugh to myself because I couldn't believe it. That I actually saw someone unironically wearing an ISOM shirt out at a a convention. It's crazy.
I'd be like, oh man, what's your favorite part of ISOM? I'd be like, oh, I don't know.
I guess if I felt like getting into an argument, which I didn't, I could have done that, and it probably would have been funny.
And not enough with ferocity and lethality and war fighting capabilities. So
the one thing about woke that is really smart is that side chose woke as their boogeyman, and our side chose Trump as their boogeyman. So, like, you can only hate Trump so much, but like woke can't prove itself to like be like not woke, right? Trump can convince you that he's not a bad guy. Trump can convince you that he's I'm just a regular. I'm fighting the system. Woke can't really speak for itself. Woke is an agenda, and it can't really deflect the hate.
It's a word. It more than anything, it's a buzzword, and the agenda is unclear. It's undefined, so it's easy to attack because you can say anything that you don't like is woke, and then be like, oh well, that shit's too woke.
He will inspires that,
and then stuff that is actually woke. A lot of people are like, oh no, that's just common sense. Like, oh yeah, you should be decent to people. You should do these things. It's these other things on the fray that people get angry about.
Would you pick Boogie 2988
or
or
Boogie.
Frank Castle?
Boogie.
While keeping obviously the care, the treatment of GIs foremost in his concern. My wife Erica and I disagree with Pete on his.
He ran for Senate. It looks like I didn't know about that. He was a
Geraldo
major.
or Hegseth?
He was a major, by the way. Not Geraldo.
Okay,
Hegseth. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was a major.
Yeah. Yeah, so he could be.
Usually, you get like a multi-star general to take this position.
Of course, yeah, someone who actually
he's a decorated major.
Yeah, he has experience, but he shouldn't be the Secretary of Defense.
His opposition to women in combat. You mentioned Senator Tammy Duckworth, a helicopter pilot, lost both of their legs in combat.
Yeah, he said that like there shouldn't be women in the military or well, like in combat roles is what he said. Not like in the complete military, but they've allowed women to be in combat roles, like, you know, I mean, they should be taking anyone who's willing to volunteer, as long as they're like in good health, like mentally and physically. They should be taking anyone that's willing to volunteer.
Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard, a colonel with combat experience, also a combat veteran. She will be his colleague in the cabinet if both are confirmed. So I think that Pete is wrong-headed in some of these big issues, but I also think, I go back to what I said before, I think Major Pete is one of those guys, you know, Brianna, you just trust them.
Yeah,
I don't like
people are talking about Hegseth being he wrote a column to the Princeton Tory, a college Republican newsletter. He said he admitted that he had graped a woman, but claimed that it was not grape because the letter of the law said that she did not refuse, even though he drugged her. He wrote a column about drugging a woman and having non-consensual. What?
And all that
he wrote
stuff,
a column about it?
You know, I have tattoos too.
That's interesting. And it is interesting to get your perspective as someone who's spent a lot of time with him. But I also want to ask you about Dan Bongino, because I'm sure that you saw this. He's being floated as Secret Service director, the possibility of... I mean, there you go. And I just want to be clear for our viewers who aren't familiar. You two sparred a lot on Fox, and man, am I being...
Oh, yeah, he looks familiar, too.
...being understated when I say that. How would you...
Is he an MMA guy?
I think he's a Fox host.
...feel about him being Secret Service...
He just looks like he's in good shape.
He's got the head of somebody who takes punches.
Well, it looks like his face like shrunk and like slid down because he's got a big forehead.
I can't imagine anyone who I feel
looks
more
like a human made in
combative
Minecraft
with than Dan Bongino. If he were to walk into a bar and I was having a beer, you know, we probably square off. We disagree on everything. You know, I think he has his own set of facts. I think he's a provocateur.
That's so weird how Trump is recruiting from Fox News.
But I go back to what I said about Major Pete. I have no.
It makes sense though, because he's like a guy from entertainment. So him picking all these entertainment people is like, it makes sense to him. I don't think it makes sense to America.
Issue at all with his honesty, his credibility, his character, his patriotism, his love of the Secret Service. I think all those things are positive for Bongino. And I think that in some ways, all of these people in the cabinet, and you could name others as well, Dr. Oz.
Yeah, a lot of the people in the cabinet ran for office and couldn't get elected, so they got these appointed positions. Linda McMahon ran for office twice. The guy they're just talking about, Hegseth, he ran for Senate. Dr. Oz ran for Senate, I think, too, and lost. So
yeah, I like how the one winner they had to step down because of allegations of hiring a 17-year-old prostitute.
Right.
Great on TV. They are bigger than life. They're great communicators. I see where the president.
Trump should pardon Sanchez and add him to his cabinet.
He should pardon Tiger King and add Tiger King. And I think the Costco guys should be a part of the cabinet too. Shout out.
I don't
to
like the
Big
Tiger
Boom.
King because he killed all of his tigers so that the government couldn't take them away from him, which was fucked up.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he deserves. That's not what he's in prison for, but he deserves to be in prison for that kind of shit. So,
elect who's going with this cabinet, can they do the job? The day-to-day, the administrative stuff, running these businesses, and they are giant businesses, even though they're government agencies. I guess we'll see. Some will, some won't. But with Bongino, I would, let me put it this way. If I was a target and Bongino was on the job, I feel that Bongino would keep me safe. He would do the job, Brianna.
That is very interesting. Geraldo, it's always great to have you. Geraldo Rivera, thank you so much for being with us.
Bongino would keep him safe.
Thank you very much.
Up
first.
Right.
He's a podcaster, Secret Service director. In 2017, Trump's cabinet was almost like a revolving door.
Yes.
I think Linda McMahon was one of the few people in the cabinet that stuck around without getting fired.
She did leave eventually, though. She didn't last all 4
down.
years. Yeah. Well, she stepped down officially, but they could have been like, hey, you can leave. We want someone else, so you can either leave or we're just going to say we fired you.
She put time in, though.
Sure. Yeah, I think it was like 2 years.
Donald Trump's transition troubles.
Oh no.
This week, his
Did he
pick
cut the wrong hole?
He's having a bad reaction to the HRT.
for Attorney General withdrew from consideration, and his choice for Defense Secretary tried to build Senate support amid sexual assault allegations, as Republicans on Capitol Hill walk a tightrope, handling Trump's controversial nominees.
This guy used to be on Fox News for a while, and then he switched to CNN.
A great day of momentum for the Trump-Vance administration.
Less than 24 hours after that show of self-confidence, Matt
Dude,
Gaetz pulling...
Imagine you wake up in your sorority room and these two guys are putting their pants on. What the hell?
the plug on his bid to be attorney.
His hair offends me.
Yeah. He's like Beavis and Butthead, people say.
Yeah.
Attorney General.
Mr. President, are you reconsidering the nomination of Matt Gaetz?
No. But Trump's support for Gaetz ended after getting reports at least 4 Senate Republicans couldn't get past a House ethics investigation into claims Gaetz had multiple sexual encounters with a minor, which he denied.
I know enough people that were a hell no.
Trump quickly nominating former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi to lead the DOJ as his transition team scrambles to secure GOP support for other cabinet hopefuls.
Oh my God, Kennedy is such a weirdo. I really don't want him. Yeah.
I think he's kind of an interesting guy. I can't get over his voice.
Yeah. The first time I heard about Robert Kennedy Jr., he was the host of a radio show. So think about that. The guy with like a terrible, not a good radio voice. You know?
Yeah. He bangs Larry David's TV wife though, so
yeah, I don't know how good they're doing these days.
I was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
Pentagon picked Pete Hegseth on the Hill with Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. Dealing with a police report, a woman accused him of sexual assault in 2017.
He's going to have to answer those questions with regard to anything that's in his record.
Hegseth is not alone. Some Republicans also non-committal about Health and Human Services nominee Robert Kennedy Jr.
We got a process. He's got to go through the process.
And Tulsi Gabbard shot to lead national intelligence.
I do like the streak in her hair. It's a well-placed streak.
Yeah, it's like, is she a hero or is she a villain? We don't know until season 4.
Yeah, it's like Cruella DeVille level hairstyle, you know?
Yeah.
Also in question after
could be a little bit of a rogue, but no, we don't know.
Supporting Syria's dictator and blaming NATO for Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
This is not a place for a Russian, Iranian, Syrian, Chinese sympathizer.
Here with me today, New York Times journalist and the Interview podcast host, Lulu Garcia Navarro.
All right, I don't. They
I thought that was Whitney Cummings.
No, Whitney Cummings is way better looking than that woman is.
Lulu Garcia Nevada. That's a name, though.
Yeah, sounds like a Hispanic name. Here's a little more on the Trump cabinet, and then we'll move on to
Doris Kearns Goodwin, you are probably very familiar.
Cavuto! I haven't watched him in
runaway
forever.
Bestseller, An Unfinished Love Story, a personal history of the 1960s. Also has a great book out that could teach young people, maybe they can become future presidents, The Leadership Journey, How 4 Kids Became President.
Everyone, please like the stream if you haven't already. And also, if you want to help get a little closer to the goal, we're at 67%, so it's not too far away. If anyone wants to help start a tip train, every little bit helps. It adds up. Thanks in advance.
Book found out that I was never having the qualities to be a president, so I moved on. Doris, it's great to see you. Always fun at the holidays. And I was thinking of you, Doris, on this story because I was amazed all the cabinet departments, sub-cabinet departments there are. And there's only so much room at a table. And
I'm pretty sure that the picture behind her shoulder is maybe her and her husband, but it looks like the two old man Muppets that sit in the balcony and talk shit to everybody.
Yeah.
But behind the table, who maybe aren't quite as important, but everyone gets in there. What's happened over the years? How did it get so crowded?
You know, I think about
my mom is saying RFK Jr.'s voice is a medical condition.
Yeah, it
She's
is.
texting me.
It is.
She's a fan of RFK, so she's defending RFK right now. Mom, I don't think you know. This is Drunken Peasants. We make fun of people with medical conditions all the time.
It is a medical. I think his sister has a similar voice too. Pretty sure.
Washington.
I think it might be like genetic or something.
Washington was there. There were only 4. But think of who they were: Hamilton and Jefferson and Knox and Randolph. And they could argue with each other. They provided a diversity of thought to Washington. He called them not the cabinet. He called them the gentlemen of my family. So then, as it's true,
it's called spasmodic dysphonia.
Spasmodic dysphonia.
As each new department comes in, it grows, and the larger it grows, because now the sub-cabinets meet.
I think it might be genetic.
And cabinet levels meet, and it's harder to have a real discussion. JFK said, why is the Postmaster General sitting here to discuss Laos and Cambodia?
I want to see this because I believe that his sister also has it. And let's see.
My name is Terry Kennedy, and I am the 7th child of Robert and Ethel Kennedy.
Yeah, do you notice that?
Holy shit.
Yep. Yeah.
What did they do to these kids? I know what they did to their parents.
I'm joined here today with my sisters Kathleen and Rory with
Yeah, like that. Yep.
It's like I'm listening to a speech from the Kennedys back in the day that like the tape has like deteriorated over time.
You know,
a little waterlogged.
Katharine Hepburn, the old actress, she had that too. She had like a quiver in her voice like that too. So.
And Nixon said, "Screw the
Was
cabinet."
Audrey Hepburn her daughter?
I don't believe so.
I'm sick of them. So it's harder to have that collective decision over time, the bigger it gets.
I think, if anything, they would have been around the same age.
There's no question. Not only can they not fit around the table, they really don't have as much in common to have a common discussion.
But you know what's interesting over the years, and we're going to cycle through this, Doris. I don't know how much you can see where you are, but and you mentioned JFK. It's hard to believe 61 years ago, this very weekend, we were burying the youngest president. But
he wasn't the youngest president, by the way. Teddy Roosevelt was the youngest president ever because he was vice president of a president that was assassinated. So Kennedy was the youngest president to ever win an election, but Teddy Roosevelt was the youngest president. I think it was like.
And we don't often give credit for how young Martin Van Buren looked for his age.
Yeah, it's that Dutch ancestry.
Those chops.
Here's a little more here.
This morning, a flurry of new picks from the president-elect. Former Florida Congressman Dr. Dave Weldon for CDC director. Fox News medical contributor Dr. Jeanette Nesheswat for Surgeon General.
President Trump is very tough and he's very resilient.
Johns Hopkins surgeon and researcher Dr. Marty McCary to head the FDA.
The United States today is the sickest, most medicated population in history of the world.
Former White House official Scott Turner as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. The president-elect also tapping hedge fund manager Scott Bessent to be his treasury.
This looks like a picture in like an optical store where you like buy glasses. This is like
secretary.
Like
even after Trump confidant
specifically dyed his hair gray because they wanted a younger model to look like an old man.
Yes.
Elon Musk's criticism of Bessent as a business-as-usual candidate. Trump announcing Bessent as someone who will support my policies, drive U.S. competitiveness, and stop unfair trade imbalances. Bessent was a key economic advisor and donor to the Trump campaign, someone Trump praised on the trail.
He's selling cabinet seats.
Yeah.
You know Linda McMahon gave him a whole bunch of money. You know Elon Musk.
Yeah, and Musk.
Yeah, Elon Musk gave him more money than any other like individual person did, for sure.
Yeah, and then Musk spent a bunch of money on other stuff too during election time.
He was like giving away $1 million to voters and shit.
Yeah, hiring people to go and get people to sign up, and especially if they were like Republican areas.
Yeah.
One of the most brilliant men on Wall Street.
The pieces for the incoming Trump administration falling into place late Friday night, including Oregon Congresswoman Lori Chavez DeRemer for Labor Secretary and Russell Vought, a co-author of Project 2025, to return as Director of Management and Budget. Vaught's appointment coming as a person familiar, tells NBC News. Transition officials are taking suggestions for potential hires from the extensive Project 2025 personnel database. That's despite Trump repeatedly denouncing the conservative policy blueprint during the
I hate his dancing. I hate it.
Campaign.
I don't know what the hell it is. It's Project 25.
The appointment's coming a day after the president-elect's second choice for Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Pam Bondi is here, a fantastic friend and woman.
Bondi's seen as a Trump
She did a
loyalist,
lot to
backing
get
his
Jeffrey Epstein off. Now, you can tell by her blonde hair, she's gotten many men off in her day.
efforts to overturn the 2020 election results.
We have won Pennsylvania, and they're not going to
They
take
called
it away
her
from
Blondie Bundy.
So she was an election denier. Oh, wow.
And serving on Trump's defense team for his first impeachment trial. Trump's first pick for Attorney General Matt Gaetz speaking out on Friday for the first time since withdrawing his name from consideration.
It was more a matter of pace than anything, and the pace was just going to be too long.
Is that what it was?
Gaetz again.
That's why it was the pace.
Pace picante sauce?
And denying allegations he paid women for sex and that he had sex with a 17-year-old girl, which the House Ethics Committee was investigating. The Justice
Peter
Department
Thiel
also
gave the
investigated
most.
the allegations and did not charge Gaetz.
Musk was up there.
The president-elect also turning to foreign policy. He hosted NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte here in Florida last night. That sit-down coming just days after the Trump administration announced his former acting Attorney General Matt Whitaker will be the NATO ambassador, and following global concern that U.S. support for both the Western Alliance, the Security Alliance, and Ukraine could be threatened in a second Trump administration.
Hey. All right. Oh, check this out. This is actually a story that's local to us. this woman like murdered her father with a axe you use like when you're like climbing like ice packs at the top of mountains, and I think it was over the election.
A Seattle woman allegedly bludgeons her father to death with an ice axe after he refuses to turn the lights off in their home. When police arrive on the scene, she's disheveled and covered in blood, later telling first responders, quote, "It needed to happen today."
Wow.
She would own an icon.
Before all this, she was a manager at Jeff Bezos' aerospace manufacturing company.
That's crazy!
But she told investigators this month's election results pushed her over the edge. So much so that she attacked her father, sat alongside his body watching him die, and later clapped out of happiness when first responders arrived to the scene. I'm Sierra Gillespie, and this is Law and Crime News.
The future is female.
We're taking a look today at a really tragic case out of Seattle, Washington.
Hey, we know there.
This is our suspect, 33-year-old Corey Burke.
The shirt says dead end.
Dead end kids.
Dead end kids kill their parents with an axe. She was on the team.
She was already kind of in the public sphere before all of this because of her marriage to transgender writer Samantha Lee Allen.
Yes.
I don't know who that is, but
you may know Allen as the editor of the Condé Nast transgender news publication called Them, or as the author of
That's where I knew her from.
Real Queer America, LGBT Stories from Red States. Burke also had a high-profile career working as a training program manager at Blue Origin, which is Jeff Bezos'...
Why would you give all this up just to kill your dad?
I know, I don't get it. Can't you, like, if you have a job at Blue Origin, I would think you make a lot of money. You don't have to live with your dad, right?
Your dad wouldn't turn the lights off. He doesn't believe in global warming.
Spacecraft
company. He had to die. He was killing the world. She was defending the Earth.
Ice axe.
And global warming.
Ice axe.
But on November 5th, election night, all that changed when police were called to her $800,000 home on the southeast side of Seattle. Neighbors called the police reporting that Burke broke all the windows in her house and was causing a disturbance. When Seattle officers arrived, there were large amounts of glass shards in the front yard and driveway of the home. This indicated the windows were likely shattered from inside the house. According to court docs, as they approached the residence, they heard a loud clapping sound from inside. That's when officers came face to face with...
She's like in the desert here. This almost looks like New Mexico.
Am I wrong for kind of like I don't agree with what she did at all. But like she really stood by her convictions.
Yes.
She sees Trump's America taking over and she's like, fuck it. Fuck it. If this is Trump's America, I'm not going to move to Canada. I'm not going to move to UK. Like
I'm going to move to prison.
I'm going to kill my dad and destroy my house. I'm going to ruin my life because I can't live in a MAGA country.
Corey Burke, who was covered in blood. Officers later described her appearance as disheveled, saying her hair was matted in the back and in the front, it was
dreading it out.
Face with blood. A responding officer reported Corey appeared to have a light layer of blood on the right side of her face, on her cheek, under her eye, and onto her nose. She also had a line of blood on her lower lip that was thicker and chunkier. This next part is a disturbing description.
Thick and chunky.
The officer wrote, quote, "The blood created a lip liner effect of blood just inside the curve of her lower lip. This is also where the hair from her head was stuck to the blood on her lip." Beyond that, Burke had scratches on her left hand and fingers. She was wrapped up in a blanket. When officers approached Burke, they asked what the clapping noise was. And Corey reported to Officer M. Roy that she had been clapping inside her home because she was happy, so she started clapping. She then told officers she wasn't sure
shout out to Leslie Borden.
How she'd broken the windows in her house or where the blood on her face came from. But she did say officers were not allowed inside. At this point, officers decided Burke needed to be seen at the hospital.
This is what woke culture does. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
A lot of people think that she overreacted, but they just described like the most sexy parent murdering scene ever. They're like the coagulated blood around her lips was like a lip liner effect, and her sexy hair matted into her lower lip as she clapped in glee for the sexual deviancy of murder, the passion of murder to her own father.
Hospital. According to court docs, they plan to detain her under emergent detention of the Involuntary Treatment Act. Basically, Burke's current state was off, and officers felt she couldn't care for herself and may be a danger to herself or to others. As Burke was taken from the scene in an ambulance, neighbors approached the police, telling them Burke's father, 67-year-old Timothy Burke, also lived in the home. Neighbors reported that Tim, quote, had a list of medical issues. They also reported that Tim did not leave the home often. This info concerned the officers, so they entered the home in what they called a community caretaking capacity, basically to make sure Burke's dad was inside and safe. In a lower level bedroom, officers located the body of an older white male lying face down on the carpet.
I wonder who that is.
This man, later identified as Timothy Burke, was unconscious and had cuts on his left side, back, head, and ears. He also had what appeared to be a bite mark on his back. Once upstairs, police found a silver and blue ice pickaxe laying on the floor. The axe had blood on it, and soon officers determined it's what Burke likely used to murder her father just before they'd arrived. This is a really tough story to talk about, but I think it's one that's important to tell. And one of the reasons we're able to do that is because of our sponsors like OG.
Oh, shit. Look at that ad placement. Look at that ad placement.
This is a tough story to talk about, but one of the reasons we can talk about it is yummyfood.com.
Yep.
Later, Burke told investigators
icepickaxes.com. Our sponsor.
BetterHelp for murdering your father.com.
She knew, quote, it needed to happen today. She told investigators she had been reborn near her birthday, which was October 25th, and that she knew there was something important about Election Day. Burke also noted that she was overwhelmed, saying she was working to set boundaries with her father about his emotions. About this,
what does that mean?
Gotta have boundaries, Ben.
About
boundaries
his
are personal to you.
Boundaries about his emotions.
She said she wanted to help people change their attachment to their parents. She stated that she herself felt hyper-focused and disorganized when it came to her own attachment to her father. Here's where things get really intense, though, and this is a direct quote from the affidavit. She then began to cry, saying she was upset because she thought she had acted too soon. Corey stated that tonight, when her father started arguing with her about the lights being shut off, that she just freaked out. Corey whispered to me, "Will it help?" I responded with yes. Corey then whispered, "I killed him." Burke told officers she was triggered when her father refused to turn off the lights, and she was upset about the election results, saying, quote, "Well, now the president is going to be Donald Trump." Burke admitted to using an ice axe to kill her father, later saying she had to choke him, quote, "and it was really hard, really effing hard." At some point,
oh my God. Kids these days don't want to put in the work. Everything is so hard. Choking your dad to death is so hard. Things are hard. You have to work hard if you want to achieve anything in America.
Burke says she felt she wasn't going to be able to choke him, so she bit him. The next part is also a direct quote from the affidavit, and it's chilling to say the least. Quote, Corey stated that once her father went limp, she felt better. Corey said that she then hit him with the ice pickaxe in the head several more times. Corey then sat next to her father and watched him until she saw that he was not breathing anymore. Corey then went upstairs and broke all of her windows in her home as an act of liberation. After all this, Corey Burke was charged with first-degree murder. So this case is definitely a puzzling one with lots to unpack. And for that, we're turning to former prosecutor.
Yeah, this case, it's like one side, she's guilty of murdering her father with a pickaxe, and then after choking him to death and biting him and his body going limp, hitting him more with the pickaxe. That's one side. But on the other side, Trump had just been elected president.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, did you hear Florida Surgeon General came out and talked about fluoride in the water?
Uh-oh.
This is the Surgeon General of Florida. I believe most people understand that fluoride in very small doses isn't harmful, and it's actually
Florida.
good.
is actually named after fluoride. A lot of people don't know that.
Fluoride.
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 Yeah, Fluoride.
The state of Florida urging community leaders to remove fluoride from drinking water. You're watching 10 Tampa Bay at 5:30. I'm Frank Wiley.
And I'm Courtney Robinson. Florida's Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo released new guidance on fluoride in community water. Winter Haven commissioners voted just last week to remove the mineral from the city's drinking water. Like the commissioners, the Surgeon General pointed to a September...
The largest city that doesn't have fluoride in the water in the U.S. is Portland.
Court ruling calling on the EPA...
I read up on this when I heard about Kennedy wanting to take it out of the water.
To strengthen its regulation
There's
of
a
fluoride.
lot of strippers in
Ladapo
Portland.
Also cited recent studies
How are their
that
teeth?
He says showed dangerous side effects for pregnant women and children. Ladapo published his official guidance earlier today for everyone to read and make their own decision.
This day and age, with the additional sources of fluoride that people have access to, it is public health malpractice to continue adding fluoride to community water systems.
And he claims that fluoride in water can lead to lower IQs in children. The claim has been echoed by others, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who President-elect Trump has selected to head up the Department of Health and Human Services.
Adiane Datil verifies the claim.
According to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, fluoride strengthens teeth and reduces cavities by replacing minerals lost due to normal wear and tear. In 1950, federal public health officials endorsed adding fluoride to public water supplies to prevent tooth decay. Fluoride can now be found in many sources, like toothpaste, but drinking water is the main source for Americans. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., President-elect Donald Trump's nomination to lead the Department of Health and Human Services, claimed Trump will push to remove fluoride from drinking water on his first day in office. Several viral posts on X claim that the National Institutes of Health finally admitted that fluoride in drinking water reduces the IQ of children in a recent report. Multiple verified viewers, including Melanie and Mike, asked us if that's
I think the
true.
other thing that reduces
So
the
let's
IQ
verify.
in children is living in Florida.
Did NIH declare that fluoride in drinking water reduces the IQ of children? These are our sources. These claims are misleading. Here's why. In August, the National Toxicology...
Well, you see, kids are smarter in Portland than they are in Orlando.
program, part of NIH, did release a report that determined with moderate confidence that there is a link between higher levels of fluoride exposure and lower IQ in kids. But none of the studies looked at fluoride in water exclusively. None were conducted in the United States, and the report did not say that the current recommended levels of fluoride in U.S. drinking water, which is 0.7 milligrams per liter of water, showed a negative
It's
effect.
hardly anything. Like,
The report actually found that drinking water containing more than twice the recommended amount of fluoride in the U.S. is consistently associated with lower IQs in children in 10 countries, including Mexico and Canada. Still, the report is raising questions about whether the benefits of fluoride in water outweigh the potential negative effects of high levels of fluoride. In late September, a federal judge cited the report's findings in ordering the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to further regulate fluoride in drinking water, but didn't specify how the agency should go about doing so. When asked if parents should be worried about the report's findings, Dr. Donald L. Chi, a pediatric dentist, researcher, and professor at the University of Washington, said,
No, I don't think parents should be concerned.
Dr. Chelsea Foss, director of the
Now,
American...
what if we removed fluoride from the drinking water but added it to Coca-Cola?
I don't know. I don't think that would work.
Academy of Pediatric Dentistry's Research and Policy Center recommends parents consult their child's dentist to support optimal oral health. With your Verify, I'm Adiante Till.
Thank you for
Adiante
verifying.
Till.
Yeah, thank you for verifying that. That was so nice of you.
This wouldn't have been able to be verified without better health for killing your father. I love the ads, man. How's everybody doing tonight on this Saturday bonus show? If you haven't liked the stream yet, I got an idea. Like it. No, love it.
Let's do, this one, the American tourist in Japan. He was defacing shrines and shit.
Could this be another case of American tourists behaving badly? Japan's Tokyo Metropolitan Police arrested a 65-year-old American man on suspicion of property damage. Security footage at the Meiji Jingu Shrine led authorities to this tourist hotel room to apprehend him. Police say the suspect admitted to using his fingernails to carve the initials of his family members into a wooden pillar.
Man, yeah, you can't fuck around over there.
Do that in the suicide forest on one of them trees. I don't care if there's a body hanging on it. Do it there.
At the over 100-year-old Shinto shrine, staff from the U.S. Embassy have visited the suspect in jail and say they are providing him and his family with consular assistance. The Meiji Jingu Shrine is a sacred and often tourist-filled location in the heart of Tokyo. Its grounds are home to more than 365 different species of trees and is the site of many religious rites throughout the year. The shrine's website has a section on etiquette for visitors, where the first rule is please preserve the dignity of this sacred place. Under Japan's cultural property protection law, the American suspect could face up to 5 years in prison or a fine of up to 1 million yen or
the death penalty.
About $6,500 US. For Inside Edition Digital, I'm TC.
He will be forced to commit seppuku.
Do it. I'm very interested in Japanese history with like suicide. The seppuku, suicide for honor, the suicide forest, the suicide bombing. It's like right up there with Seattle and Kurt Cobain.
We already did the fluoride. Let's check out Wild Bill for America's World War III video that he made.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this should be something else. He disappeared for a little while after the election. Maybe he had a hangover because he was partying. I don't know. Here it is.
Wow. I should turn off the goddamn internet.
Oh, don't touch me. Don't touch me. DP, are they going to touch me?
DP, are they going to touch me?
All right.
Hello, everybody, and greetings from the Mordecai Mission. God and Country Christians.
The Mordecai Mission? What is this?
Dedicated to restoring moral decency to the USA. If you have ever doubted the pure evil of the Democrat Party, consider this. Having failed to stop Donald Trump's victory by every dirty trick imaginable, including assassination, Joe Biden, the most evil man to ever occupy the White House, has encouraged Ukraine to launch American-made long-range missiles into the heart of Russia. The Democrat Party is deliberately trying to trigger a massive war to sabotage the return of Donald Trump.
Ah, you hear this conspiracy theory, huh?
It's time for every Christian man and woman to fast and pray that God will prevent Zelensky and Putin from being stupid enough to start World War III. And pray that men like Joe Biden will finally be prosecuted under Title 18 of the Criminal Code for capital offense treason. We have runaway government corruption because Washington, D.C. big shots never get prosecuted no matter how many felonies they commit. Tucker Carlson says this...
Wasn't Mordecai like the Undertaker that wore all white, basically?
That was the wrestler named Mordecai.
Yeah, wasn't he like...
a biblical name, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong about that?
I believe it is. I just think it's funny that they did that. You know, he was like the white wizard against the black wizard,
attempt
basically.
To start World War III is the most evil thing he has ever seen. I agree. But this is what we have come to expect from the political party that has killed 65 million unloved children.
Oh my God.
Bloodshed, death, racism, and sexual perversion are the calling cards.
If they're unloved, they don't deserve to live anyways.
The Democrat Party. And if the USA does not turn off the highway to hell and get back onto the stairway to heaven, this nation will die. Now, this is why I joined the Mordecai Mission, a nationwide group of God and Country Americans determined to put Christian men and women into elected offices so they can put a stop to the insanity that has taken the USA. I believe
thank
God
goodness
is
for the
preparing
Mordecai
men and
Mission.
women to step up and serve in state, local, and national positions as ambassador.
I think this is just like his front porch or something. I don't
of Christ.
I don't believe he's at any Mordecai mission.
The Gospels tell us to let our light shine before men, and I can't think of a better place to shine the light than in elected offices. So please join me at MordecaiMission.net, and together we will make a difference, both now and in eternity.
Both now and in eternity. Bless God and America. America, bless God.
It's a WordPress page.
Lol.
I just
it's a scam,
pulled it up.
isn't it? It's another grift.
Yeah, here it is right here.
Mordecai Mission.
Yep.
Our mission. The Mordecai Mission is a political organization founded and led by born-again Christians. We're dedicated to supporting and promoting godly legislation and helping to repeal ungodly legislation by supporting candidates and office holders whose political philosophy is illuminated by their Christian faith in the Word of God. With God's strong hand, grace, and guidance, the fulfillment of our mission will help restore righteousness at every political level, federal, state, and local.
Esther 414 says, I just whipped your ass.
Yeah, Esther 414, you gotta let her age a little bit. 4 years away from being legal if she's 14. Chill on that, sickos. Oh man, I bet you every one of these videos they link to are just as shitty as our shitter Wild Bill.
Yeah, they have Wild Bill right here. See?
Dynamic man, because they stand on God's righteousness. They know what's right. They know what's wrong. They're not afraid to do it. And it's really an encouragement to me to see men like this standing up for God and being active. So I just want to introduce Mr.
He's
Geraldo
active.
for America to
he
you.
plays pickleball.
Great man of God. The podium is yours.
And rides a Harley.
God bless you, sir.
And wears adult diapers.
Terrence. Good job, Terrence. Good job.
Wild Bill reminds me of my dad if my dad was a dumb fuck.
I'll tell you the first thing I want to say is that this is an exciting time to be a Christian in the United States of America.
It is?
We are in the Super Bowl of all battles for the heart and soul of this nation. It is no accident that you are here. God chose you to be here, to be in this place for a time such as this.
I loved it when he was arguing with T-Bob. T-Bob's like, "You're gay. You live with the man." And fucking Wild Bill's all like, "Sir, I'm not going to sit here and listen to these insults from you."
Yeah. Wild Bill responded like the neighbor, Mr. Anderson, did to Beavis and Butthead's prank phone calls.
Yep. Got that in there?
A nation under God. Our laws and our government based on God's word. For the first 230 years of this nation's history, the Bible was the primary textbook in all American schools. In fact, according to the writings of the Founding Fathers, the number one reason the public schools were created was to teach the children to read so that they could read the Bible for themselves. Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, arguably the least religious of the Founding Fathers, insisted on this because they knew that that was the best way to give those children a good start in life. And when Thomas Jefferson was president, the United States Capitol building was transformed into a church every Sunday, and they preached 4 Protestant services. President Jefferson never missed a Sunday. He said that as chief executive, it was his duty to set a good example.
I don't think any of this has been verified. Like there was like a Jeffersonian Bible that had like all the like magic taken out of it. So he definitely had different beliefs in Christianity than Wild Bill.
How far we have fallen from that. Well, this raises an interesting question. If the men who wrote the Constitution insisted on these things, how can those things possibly be unconstitutional? They can't. It has not ever been unconstitutional for God's word to be in our schools or in our governments. One of the biggest lies in America is that the Christian faith is prohibited by law from exerting its influence on our government. If you're wondering how the USA came to be in such a moral mess, that's where it started. And I am convinced that every major problem this nation is facing can be traced to walking away from our Christian heritage. Well, when you're going the wrong way, the smart thing to do is to make a U-turn so you can get back where you belong. And that's why we're here today. The Mordecai mission has risen up as Christian men and women to take a stand for Jesus Christ and to bring a message of hope to the people of the United States.
Stand up
and to call
for
this nation
Jesus
back
Christ.
to being a
Stand
nation
up
under God
for Jesus.
rather than a nation in rebellion against God. It's time for the Christians to stand firm against the wickedness that is sweeping this nation like a broken sewer pipe. And the only way to do that is to bring the message of the cross outside the church doors and to plant it right back in the public square where it was for the first 200
We
years.
need to bring religious tyranny back to American soil.
This nation's history.
There's a reason Americans'
spiritual
dollar
war
bill says "In God We
raging
Trust."
all around us.
It was added there in the
Good
50s.
versus evil. To our eyes, it appears to be one group of political people against the other group of political people. But the truth is, there is no political solution to the mess that this country is in.
I thought he was going to say political sushi.
Politics rarely,
Sounds
if
delicious.
ever, addresses the problem of sin.
I'll take an
the United
Obama
States
roll.
of America is drowning in sin. And we have the only solution, Jesus Christ and his atoning death on the cross. But unfortunately, that message is not getting to where it is most desperately needed. The enemies of God are hell-bent on keeping the message of Jesus Christ out of the public square. And sadly, the enemies of God have had overwhelming success in silencing the Christian message.
All right. So, yeah, he's preaching to the choir here.
While Bill does look like the type of guy that gets his butthole moist for an early bird special at the Cracker Barrel.
There's a
definitely.
There's a boycott Disney petition on here.
Is it from an ISOM reader?
Maybe.
Ooh, look at that cool finger holding picture.
Yeah.
That's very
pinkies.
cool.
Linked pinky fingers.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're trying to start a tip train to get us to 70%. If you could please submit a couple dollars here and there, I think we could make it. We can make it there.
Show us your tips.
Show us your just the tips. So this is some kind of organization. I don't know if they have. Wild Bill was making it sound like it was an actual location, but it just looked like a parking lot. It looked like a front porch.
Well, they probably have like a place of business where they operate and hold meetings.
Camp Constitution.
Oh, you can get PayPal donations right on the page?
This is a New Hampshire Camp Constitution.
Let's send your kids to Camp Constitution.
Hell yeah. Sign me up.
Camp Constitution, we love you in our hearts. When we think about you, America falls apart.
Yes, everyone put your tips together. Put your tips together.
Slide those tipples.
And like the stream. And we're going to check out, this is T-Bob's plan for the economy. Oh, no, we already watched this one. Oh, my God. This Anthony Cumia one might get really spicy. This Anthony Cumia one, he's been going hard lately. Let's see.
He's a bit of a racist.
Black, black, black. Everything black is amazing. Everything white is oppressive and terrible. Fuck you.
Fuck you, Bill Maher.
Big fucking plum-headed jig.
It's actually a really good time to be white right now. He's gonna have to change up his script. Did he just drop the Jay-Z bar?
Yes.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Scott.
Stand that guy. Speaking of, boy, they are really trying to put this Harriet Tubman in some context, somewhere she's got to be in the public eye all the time.
All the time?
They really want to make Harriet Tubman a thing.
Why are they stuffing Harriet Tubman down our throats?
Right.
Man?
Yeah.
Ain't working. I remember they were going to put her on the 20. They were going to put her on the $20 bill. Take Andrew Jackson off and put Harriet Tubman on the 20. Before we even talk about what this woman's done or whatever, she could possibly be the most gruesome looking ape I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you to say.
Right.
What did Harriet Tubman do to Anthony Cumia?
Nothing. No, she's a black person that people like, and that bothers Anthony Cumia. Like,
yeah, wow. Like, she's been dead for, 200 years?
Oh, quite a long time, and she's legitimately a figure in American history. It's not like they shoehorned her into there like she was actually a figure in history.
Yeah,
so
and even if she was a figment of like someone's agenda, it's 200 years ago. Like, who cares? Who cares?
And these are
why are you care so much about Harriet Tubman?
Like, you could even take into consideration the 1800s picture. They weren't that good. I don't think they're getting that top resolution.
She had saggy 1800s tits
on those
very
photos.
Gross,
but
very icky. You definitely knew she didn't get the beginning of the bathwater. She was at the end of the bathwater. Dirty, murky, muddy bathwater. We all know it.
Man was one ugly fucking spook.
Oh, what the dude? Why? Like, he's not even covert about it. Like, I've listened to some old Opie and Anthony where he is kind of racist, but he doesn't just come out and say like slurs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is he in direct competition for Nick Fuentes' audience now? He's got to step it up to match with Nick Fuentes?
He used to stream on Cozy. If he doesn't still, I don't know. I think they all just kind of moved over to Rumble. But man, that's kind of the kind of talk you would catch an ass beating for.
See, this is like the people he's talking to right now 20 years ago. The people he's talking to right now would look around the room before saying a racist joke. And that's gotten so like common and regular now that you have to just absolutely eviscerate and use all the racial slurs.
These aren't jokes,
200-year-old public figure.
He's not joking.
The jokes aren't edgy anymore. You gotta get Harriet Tubman, and then you gotta call her 1,000 slurs with pure vitriol, or the kids' attention spans don't last.
Look at that fucking face. Wow. Is she an ugly shine? Oh my!
Am I learning new slurs? I didn't even know what that was. Like, that's a new one to me.
Oh, the SH one?
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Not new to me. It comes from Shoeshine.
Oh.
Yeah, and I just want to focus on this ugly, disgusting, decrepit old man in the bottom corner. Look at this sick freak that's gotten all this stupid money from people like Patrice O'Neal being funny around him. What a fucking loser.
And then he's all like, oh, me and Bill Burr were friends. Why doesn't he like me anymore?
Because Bill Burr is not a complete fucking sick-headed prick.
Yeah.
Why did he got dropped because of the N-word, but then he wasn't N-word, he was racist on radio, right?
What happened? Well, he got fired from Opie and Anthony they got fired for being too edgy from terrestrial radio, but it wasn't racism. But then they went over to Sirius, so they went to Sirius before Howard went there, you know, and but he got fired from Sirius because he was walking around in New York City at night, late at night, and saw this black woman, and I think the black woman might have been like a prostitute or something, and he took her picture, so she like attacked him because he took her picture, and then he went to Twitter and was like, they're not people, they're like, he was like, they're subhuman and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then 6 years ago, he kind of got ostracized from the comedy scene due to grooming and molestation accusations.
God. Harriet Tubman. They couldn't even gussy her up for the 20. Like, you know how they try to, well, maybe we can change her a little, make her better.
No, they don't normally try to like make people look more attractive when they put them on money. They just like get a photo of them and print it on the money.
Pop up Harriet Tubman's $20 bill photo. They couldn't make her look good.
She doesn't look hideous or anything. I don't really understand she just looks like a woman from hundreds of years ago.
Let's see him spout his mouth off about black people like this outside the comfort of his home. I'd love to see him get Ethan Ralphed. Some people can have terrible things happen to them and I will literally be happy about it. That includes this guy.
Did you not hear Kendrick Lamar's new album? No more white comedians get to talk about black women. Okay? That Kendrick Lamar said that on his new album. Okay?
Man, an ugly man. She makes an ugly man. There she is. Harriet
she makes a
fucking Tubman. Look at
these are all bad photoshops. None of these are the real $20 bill that they were going to print.
This. They tried
like the idea
of
her being on the $20 bill so I could say I had a pocket full of tubbies.
Like that one on the bottom. Yeah, that's as pretty as Harriet Tubman gets. That's a Harriet Tubman 10 you're looking at right there. On a 20.
That's a 20.
A Harriet Tubman 10 on a 20. Oh. That's a C, like 100 is a C note. They would call that an N note. You have.
So the cool thing about Anthony Cumia is he doesn't have to be funny, He can just be racist. As most comedians have to be funny. He doesn't even have to be. He could just say racist things. Because nobody else is doing that bit.
An end note? That's what I would do. I'd go into the store. Excuse me. Can I get 2 10s for a nig? Jesus Christ. So the latest thing, she pops up all the time. It's retarded. Look, what did she do? The Underground Railroad, was that the thing? She escaped, and then she helped other people escape. It's not like they had cameras. It's not like they have plate readers. It's not like the FBI and fingerprints and DNA.
What?
It probably wasn't very hard to smuggle slaves out of the South and bring them up north.
Yeah. It wasn't that big of a deal. You wouldn't get hung and quartered and shot and...
Yeah, because like the slave owners, they're stealing our property. They would chase you down themselves. They don't need the FBI to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet it wasn't that hard. I bet
You know what?
And they're like living like out in the wilderness, like trying to escape to Canada, by the way.
Let's start a new game show where we get the Civil War reenactors to get together and rebuild the Underground Railroad, and the first person on this game
back,
show.
Billy, missed you, buddy, and Ben Asterios had some Anthony Cumia opinions. Check your inbox.
Check your inbox. Could you imagine if we sent Anthony Cumia to do the job of Harriet Tubman on the Underground Railroad? How well would he do it? How well would you do it, Anthony Cumia? You would not do it very well at all. You talk a big game, but you would not run numbers on the Underground Railroad. You wouldn't make your face onto the $20 bill, Anthony Cumia.
Tendency that blacks had on that plantation.
Oh my God.
And the fear of life away from that plantation. Because here's another thing. All the slaves weren't all whipped. It wasn't a big thing where every day...
Oh, they didn't all get whipped, okay? Come on. Not all of them got whipped. It's like, all right. None of them should have been whipped. Like, that's unacceptable.
They'd line the slaves up and whip them. Most slaves lived out their life in a little fucking shack.
Some even got to live in the house.
On the plantation somewhere where they were able to have a wife. They'd have kids. They worked hard, I guess. But, you know.
They'd have a wife that was also owned. They'd have kids that were also owned. Like, that's not a good life. Like, you want your kids to be, like, owned by somebody? Like, what?
Like Owen Benjamin says, how heavy is cotton? If, you know, you got to farm and pick crops, cotton seems like a pretty easy one.
Have you not heard the song?
You know, it's called
Day
a job.
is never finished. Master got me working. Doesn't matter how heavy cotton is. The day is never finished, Anthony Cumia.
They had a job, and in return, they were supplied with food, shelter, and clothing, and whatever medical care they needed, because they were property. You know, the slave owners and the plantation owners, they didn't want beat up, whipped up, infected slaves. They wanted slaves that were going to work.
Yeah, I like this this way that people defend slavery. The same way they're like, look, people who own horses take great care of their horses. Why would they not take great care of their slaves?
In some countries, they eat horses.
Yeah.
A happy fucking tune. So the idea that all these slaves were whipped I guarantee there were some pretty abusive plantation owners. I get it.
Okay,
I get it.
We got Anthony Cumia to give a little space here. He will agree there were some bad owners, but don't let that ruin all of slavery.
Don't let
it was probably just the life they led. And
yeah, G-Man would do that all the time. Like, the slavery in the Bible's fine. It's not as bad as the transatlantic slave trade. It's like it's slavery.
And the idea of leaving that and running up north to some freedom, what does that mean? They don't even know what the fuck that is. What am I supposed to do? Get a job? What can I possibly do? So, you know, you get a couple of them that wanted to leave. How difficult was it for Harriet Tubman? What do you think? They had fucking one plantation has a shitload of people that are just on the payroll to find slaves that ran away? Most of them didn't want to run away. I'm giving you some real history lessons today.
Yeah, do you not understand there were like bounty hunters that were able to catch them and return them for a fee? Like it wasn't just hiring people. There were people that would actively catch these human beings for profit.
Yeah. I have eaten horse meat, by the way, and it did taste good. I
refuse to eat horse meat, and I probably won't even suck horse dick.
I ate it in Italy, which I guess people like to eat it there. So
was it carpaccio?
It was like a sandwich. It was a Cavalera sandwich.
No, all right, whatever. The great Harriet Tubman, the Underground Railroad. And then they build her into this thing. They try to make a thing. Harriet Tubman Day, the $20 bill. And they can't. So I read this and I was just laughing at this. Harriet Tubman has been made a brigadier general. 1-star brigadier general. My brigger. Yeah. Brigger, please. Harriet Tubman posthumously declared 1-star brigadier general.
It literally doesn't matter. It's like an honorary thing. It literally changes nothing except for like this technical thing.
It does put her in a higher rank of the Fox and Friends fellow who is going to be head of defense.
Yep.
The Maryland, I guess, Army, National Guard. Where is it? Want to scroll down a little? By Maryland Army National Guard. How embarrassing if you're in the Maryland Army National Guard that in your history now, posthumously awarded a one.
I wonder how many people have been posthumously rewarded a role like that.
Good question.
Your general is her Harriet Tubman.
It means nothing.
Does her family get a check for that?
No. You know, they give out honorary like doctorates too. They'll give someone like a PhD, like someone who didn't go to, you know, like through all the necessary steps to get a PhD. They do that shit all the time.
Anthony Cumia's got a PhD, player hating degree. Why you player hating? Let Harriet Tubman tub. Let a tubby tub.
I thought Egghead was Tub Man. Tub Man. Oh, what's that?
Make currency horny again.
Yeah, we are seeing this in so many communities, Preston, where trees like this one are no match for the winds that rip through. And when these topple down, oftentimes homes and businesses plunge into darkness. Now, plenty of areas have it bad, and Enumclaw is right up there at the top.
This tree that got taken down, that one completely came over, took every power line out, blew every line.
Yeah, you know what? When the power went out in my neighborhood, I heard like a loud boom. Like a tree fell.
Shout out to Big Boom AJ. Spoiler alert, won his wrestling match today on 0 Hour, AEW 0 Hour. Big Boom.
A pole in half, which is still sitting there.
The road along Kyle Hughes' home was ground zero for power line crews. Shattered poles were piled up, and teams of workers were working as fast as safety would allow to get service restored.
Enumclaw got hit the worst out of all of it.
Plenty of people would agree.
It's a crazy name, Enumclaw. It has kind of it's like one of the that's one of the houses in Harry Potter, right?
House Enumclaw.
Enumclaw.
Including Kelsey Bennett.
It literally felt like we were in Twister.
Bennett was trying to get home, but was willing to wait while workers removed down trees so the utility company could come restring the lines. Bennett says Tuesday night was out of control.
We had 5 trees down, power lines, part of a roof came off and hit a car, so it's been pretty wild.
We have no hot water due to electric, hot water tanks, power's still out, we have no internet. Barely any cell phone service.
Despite a city full of troubles, there are a few bright spots. Lights flickered back on for
there's books and espresso.
A few areas in downtown Enumclaw, including a coffee shop.
2 things you don't need power to enjoy.
Where people flocked for hot drinks.
Power came on, just came on about 5 minutes ago, so it's great. Finally got people after a couple days.
Amy Lundeen says she welcomes the progress because the past couple days have been bleak.
Like there's nothing open. I mean, you're going to the grocery store with a flashlight.
Still, prospect of
there's grocery stores around here that are like that. They're probably back up and running now, I would guess, but maybe not.
One more storm on the way when people are still recovering from the last is more than many can bear.
Hoping it's not as bad as what I'm hearing it might be.
Yeah, just this morning, the Enumclaw substation came back online. PSE says they've got 1 circuit active and they're working to repair the rest. So, another sign of progress.
It's a bomb cyclone.
Yeah.
How often do you hear about a bomb cyclone?
That was my first time hearing about it.
Yeah.
I remember, like, I was watching local weather clips on YouTube and they were like bomb cyclone. I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I saw the radar footage of it and it looked like a hurricane. It looked like a hurricane over the ocean that was about to make landfall.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, my house was getting pelted by branches and like pine cones and just shit flying off of the trees because there's so many trees. It was crazy. Yeah, that was...
Marino, someone News.
Great to hear that they're making strides. Joel, thank you.
They're making strides. Okay. Yeah, I guess so.
hopefully we'll get the power back everywhere here in Washington State. To feel bad for people that you were out for 4 days, 4 days.
Yeah. It felt like I was just like living in a cave, like when the sun went down, it was all dark and like cold. Like, yeah. And I don't have the best cell phone service. Like I have to walk like a couple blocks away to even get decent, like even 4G, let alone 5G.
Yeah, I got in my car and I just drove because the power was out. I just drove all night, charged my phone, watched YouTube, and went home and sat in the dark to sleep.
Yeah. Well, strangely enough, downtown Bellevue hardly lost any power at all. Like maybe for like 20 minutes, and then they were back up and running because there's all this shit down there that they want to keep running. So that's like top priority down there. Like
there's also not as much trees to fall onto things down there.
Yeah, but it can spread like wildfire. Like if one part of the grid goes down, it can take down quite a large radius. I think they did have an outage, but it wasn't very long. And there's like the mall and all the fucking offices. Like Microsoft has an office down there. There's all kinds of stuff down there that like the big hotels and all that stuff. I would think like Fogo, they can't let the lights go out at Fogo.
Yeah, especially considering this is the last weekend to have the $39 Best of Brazil meal.
Oh, is that a thing? I had no idea.
Yeah, $39. Tomorrow's the last day. If you got a Fogo near you, $39 Best of Brazil, some of their best cuts, all you can eat for the market table.
Wow.
All you can eat steak, some of their best cuts, not all the cuts.
You're killing
some of their
me
best
right
cuts. $39.
My last donation didn't read.
Oh.
More money for the tip train.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're almost at 70%. Thank you, Dragon in the West. Let's take a look at... Let's see the one that didn't read. I swear for a second I thought it said Bong Cyclone. It was so bad. Paul says that he and his wife had to cancel coming up to Washington to visit her folks for the holiday. That is true. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they had to cancel because they were going to drive. And they had... From where they live, you got to go through mountain passes and shit, and then drive across Oregon, too, to get all the way up here. It's just insane. Yeah. It's a long drive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's this story about this kayaker that, like, faked his own death so he could, like, move to Europe to, like... So, like, rather than just, like, asking for a divorce... He, like, faked his own death because he had, like, a relationship with some woman in Europe. And he just, like, acted like he died. And now it's, like, coming up that there is evidence that he's still alive and everything.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
In Green Lake, yet another twist in the story of a missing kayaker from Watertown who tried to fake his own death. The sheriff's office today updated the case, confirming 45-year-old Ryan Borgwart did not drown in the lake and is alive.
Yeah, there was this TikTok video that he was in after he had disappeared, and people were like, "Oh, that guy looks like this guy that we all thought was dead, like that he was missing."
Was he doing a TikTok dance?
No, he interacted with someone. I think it was on TikTok that was like that, like makes videos interacting with people in public.
They even released this video of Borgwart.
I'm in my apartment. I am safe, secure.
The sheriff's office.
I'm surprised he came out and admitted it. He must think like he can't get in trouble where he is. I think the woman that he met up with was from Uzbekistan, I think. But Uzbekistan is in like Asia. So I don't think he lives in Asia. I think he lives in Europe, I believe.
He just left his life here for a little Uzbeki?
Yeah.
Believes he is somewhere in Eastern Europe.
He's He's probably in like Romania or something.
Margaret Cahill has more on today's new details.
Borgward was first reported missing in August after not returning from a kayaking trip to Green Lake.
He did the research. He did, and he thought his plan was gonna pan out, but it didn't go the way he had planned.
Sheriff Mark Padol says Borgward told them he overturned his kayak in the lake, paddled a child-sized inflatable boat to shore. The sheriff says Borgward then rode an e-bike through the night to Madison, caught a bus to Detroit and then Canada, where he boarded a flight. Sheriff Padol says they believe Borgward is in Eastern Europe, and he shared this video with authorities.
I'm in my apartment. I am safe, secure, no problem.
The sheriff says they reached him in November through a woman who speaks Russian, but did not confirm if it was a woman from Uzbekistan Borgward was communicating with prior to his disappearance. The sheriff says Borgward could face an obstruction charge, and they're looking to pursue restitution of $35,000 to $40,000 for 8 weeks.
How are they going to do it?
Of search expenses.
One of the things that he did say was he didn't expect us to go more than 2 weeks in searching for him. Well, I hate to tell you, he picked the wrong sheriff in the wrong department.
The sheriff says
I
Borgward
tell you,
has
it's not his
expressed
fault. Why
concern
should he pay for it? You guys were the ones that cared about his dumb ass.
about how he'd be received if he returns home, but says they're still trying to convince him to come back to his family.
Christmas is coming.
You guys are gonna like prosecute him and fine him and shit. Now you're like, come on, you know you like Christmas.
Christmas miracle.
Right.
Come home, Borgward. All these donos aren't playing. What are you guys doing?
I have no idea.
Is to be there for Christmas with him.
In Green Lake
Thank
County,
you for the tip train. I'll read it. This is from Seth Looks. His wife must be a real B word if he decided faking his death would be easier than just getting a divorce. I mean, some people will kill their partner rather than get a divorce. Like
he's living in the stands now. We're going to catch him. You betcha.
You betcha.
You betcha.
You betcha.
Yeah. It didn't show the, let me see if I can find the weird TikTok video that this guy was in.
Yeah, I want to see it. I was interested in that.
God, what was his name again? Hold on.
Mark Borgward. Was that it? Borgwardt. Borgward.
Here it is. Yeah. I believe. Yeah, here's the video.
Come home for Christmas. We miss you, Borgward. What?
That's not happening. Like, right? I mean, why would he do that?
We promise to prosecute you.
Yeah, like. Here's
Do I go to Uzbekistan or stay here?
So it's like, it's a what should I do thing? And the woman, like, ask me for free advice is what this woman is filming here. And it's like a TikTok live stream, I think.
Do I go to Uzbekistan or stay here?
This is the video that everybody is talking about, recorded in Pacific Beach in June. 2 months before, 45-year-old Ryan Borgward went missing from Green Lake, Wisconsin, while fishing in a kayak.
I believe right now it got 13 million views on TikTok.
Leucadia resident Bailey Boomhauer created...
Boomhauer? Really?
I just got a little find Mark Borgward.
Who's that dang old disappearing guy, man?
A TikTok channel
Need advice on anything?
where she holds up a sign offering free advice.
I feel like I'm naturally very empathetic, so I tend to have conversations with strangers, and I thought, why not create a series behind it?
The man in the video bears a striking resemblance to Borgward.
It's definitely him, right?
Because it is him. Did he admit to it?
Father of 3 who we now know left his wife and kids in August after meeting a woman from Uzbekistan online.
He's got a shitload of kids, too. What the hell?
Why do you want to go?
Yeah, your dad just ditched you. For some Uzbeki.
Look at this. Listen to what he says here.
Why do you want to go?
Meet a woman?
To meet a woman. So you've given up on meeting someone here?
No, I'm married.
The Green Lake County Sheriff had been searching for the father of three in the 200-foot deep lake for months before they finally put the pieces together. He faked his own death, capsizing his kayak, and taking a bus across the Canadian border.
The information that the Green Lake County has at this point leads us to an obstructing charge.
On Thursday, the sheriff said a woman who speaks Russian put them in contact with Borgward somewhere in Eastern Europe.
Good evening, it's Ryan Borgward.
The sheriff even released a...
I guess he could even be in like Belarus or something like that. He could be like really far east.
Video to prove Borgward is alive and safe.
I'm in my apartment.
As for that viral TikTok video from Pacific Beach...
And it was as back.
Uzbekistan.
The Green Lake...
She had never heard of Uzbekistan before.
The sheriff tells me it is not Ryan Borgward.
I understand that the sheriff said that they don't think it's him. It's just very...
So 2 different guys want to go get some Uzbeki? He just happened to be outside of Uzbeki?
I think that's her
in his
name,
apartment?
actually. Uzbeki.
Some that Uzbeki, that Uzbusi.
It's spelled O-O-Z-E.
Yeah. Uzbusi. You better get that checked out.
Uzbeki.
Get that Uzbusi.
Who's that hole
Uzbeki.
over there? Oh, that's Uzbeki.
We stand Uzbeki.
Interesting, the resemblance and the story behind it.
The social media influencer now has this advice.
I think the most important thing is to patch it up with your family because, like, regardless of your actions, they still are going to have that unconditional love for you.
Dude, your
So again-
kids must be trash. Your wife's pussy must be bammer. You're leaving for Uzbekistan for a woman?
Uzbeki.
Yeah, for some Uzbeki. What does this woman do? Does she suck it from behind? What's going on?
The
Does she lick
Secret
that ass like-
Teenage Mutant
like
Ninja
a
Turtles
capybara?
Part 2, Secret of the Uzbeki.
Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. That Uzbeki. That was the one with Vanilla Ice and Kevin Nash in it.
Yeah.
2 guys who performed at the gathering of the Juggalos.
Uzbeki. Let's see. How about...
We have seen a couple dozen people come in and out of this Planet Fitness on Tuesday, just one day after a man was found dead inside of a tanning bed.
Who cares?
Nobody ever thinks you're going to go to a gym on
He
a Monday
cooked.
morning and,
Yeah, let him
potentially
cook.
be in the same building as a dead body.
Elizabeth Lynn says her Monday morning workout started like any other day until she noticed a foul smell.
And I was kind of like sniffing, trying
It's a
not to look
Planet
crazy,
Fitness.
but
It's
I was
full
like,
of
"Ooh,
foul smells.
Yeah, I mean, like, some people just use it as, like, a public shower. Like,
Yeah.
I remember all the, like, RV kids, they all had, like, Planet
Yeah.
Fitness memberships and shit.
Planet Fitness is where you can see a homeless man multitasking, masturbating and shitting at the same time in the bathroom.
It was really
Hopefully in
awful
the
here.
bathroom.
That smell coming from one of the tanning bedrooms, where 39-year-old Derek Sink was found dead.
The first thing that kind of went off in my head was, lack of attention from the staff members at Planet Fitness, which is pretty disappointing because maybe it could have been prevented.
Sink's family
You
tells
think he
13
fell
News.
asleep or something?
I have no idea. I've always been weirded out by those things. I never... Like, I had known people that would lay in a tanning bed. I'm like, that's so weird.
Yeah.
You have
I
to
think I remember being in one before, but I don't recall clearly.
And they make you wear those, like, weird sunglass goggle thingies, and it's crazy. You just lay there and cook.
He went into a tanning bed at the gym on Friday, but wasn't found until Monday morning. They say he struggled with drugs, and a needle was found in the room with him.
At the Planet Fitness.
Maybe
now,
he OD'd and then laid in the tanning bed? Like, who shoots up and then, like, lays in a tanning bed?
A little fucking opium, a little sunlight. Let's go.
Conscious in the tanning room. He is not breathing.
His aunt says they reported him missing Friday, and he was wearing an ankle monitor, which helped police find him. During the 3-day sink was considered missing, the gym remained open.
And the tanning bed has a door, I believe. But still, like, why are we not concerned that the door has been closed for 3 days in a row, potentially?
I asked that question to the Planet Fitness staff Tuesday, and when I went inside, I was told no comment. A spokesperson from the corporation tells me they're
like,
working
we
with
don't clean those things. 3 days? Come on, we don't clean those things for 3 weeks.
Local franchisee to ensure they are upholding the brand's protocols. And I've also asked, what is their policy for checking
It's nice
the
to
tanning
know
room?
if I wanted to tan at Planet Fitness, it's not an hourly thing. I could literally just sit in the tanning machine for 3 days. That's good advertisement.
You should do it. Let's see you all like copper toned and shit,
I have no desire to be beef jerky.
But have not received a response.
Thanks for all right. We got some
Chill's
more.
got a tanning bed at home.
Oh, well, some people like it, I'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of appropriate ages, we are 72.79% of the way to our bonus goal. And Big Face Billy is here to tell you we are only $11.56 away from 666. You like that shot? Hey! The video says, where do you get all your ideas? I believe I am a conduit to eternity and God itself. I'm a conduit to the ethos of creation. I believe I am tapped into the ethereal muse. I believe that everything ever thought, that ever was, that ever will be, is at my fingertips. And I choose to drop these jewels because of biases. This is what I give you. I don't care about world peace or other developments. I just want to talk shit about people. Specifically Christian-based humans. Met a peasant coming through. Heart you, Master Peasant. Master Peasant. Heart you. Heart you. Netra Amorosi, I believe Billy has been an electrical conduit one too many times. I think Netra Amorosi is probably the most vile, do-nothing, trash motherfucker in all of the Drunken Peasants fan base. I always see your hating-ass comments, and I only imagine you eat heaping bowls of shit every day to suffice your eternal hunger for being as vile internally as you are externally. You silly fuck. Die slow. My fo. Make sure all y'all kids don't grow. That's Tupac. That being said, how you guys love massage chairs? I got a massage chair story that I don't like to share. I was at the mall with my friend and her kid was there. And my friend had to go to the bathroom, so I was watching her kid. And her kid was like, oh, they saw the massage chair. Little girl. And she was like, a massage chair, and she sat on it and put $1 in. And then she jumps out of it, and her mom comes out and is like, "What's wrong?" I don't know. She sat in the chair and she freaked out. And her mom sat in the chair, and the chair like fingered her. And I was like, "What?" It was a molest chair. Not cool. Not cool.
4 Californians accused of staging bear attacks to receive insurance payouts.
You'll remember this one for a while, clawing for clues in Southern California. Tonight, authorities announcing the arrests of 4 people in an elaborate insurance scheme. Authorities say the group claimed a bear broke in and destroyed their luxury cars.
How did they come up with this
That's
one? Hunter Sowers is here
so
with why their story.
Funny.
And video just wasn't adding
so
up.
funny.
Yeah, you're going to watch, and I think you're going to figure it out pretty quickly. But it is a head scratcher, this one. I want to set the scene for you. It all happened in Arrowhead, California, down south. Owners of 3 luxury cars claiming that their vehicles here were attacked all by the same bear, except insurance officials now say a costume culprit is actually responsible.
A curious case of a bear break-in? Or something more shocking. This hard-to-see security footage appears to show a bear breaking into a Rolls-Royce, rummaging from the back to the front rows, clawing its way through the luxury vehicle. The owner of 2 other cars filed similar insurance claims for bear break-ins. Officials revealing, though, the whole scheme was fabricated, arresting 4 people for defrauding over $140,000 in claims from insurance companies.
Oh my goodness.
This man lives next door to the 2 suspects. He says police came early this morning to make arrests.
See, it was 7 o'clock. We opened the door. They told us to shut it.
How could it get better? They got this guy in the fucking air machine commenting.
Yep.
This is, did they get Michael Madsen to play him? This is perfect.
So we were kind of peeking through. They had the ram thing or whatever.
California Department of Insurance handing over video footage. And these suspicious
If they make a sequel to Cocaine Bear, there's got to be someone in a bear suit robbing like cars in the neighborhood, and Cocaine Bear goes toe-to-toe with the fake bear. This is fantastic. He's just looking for picnic baskets.
To the Department of Fish and Wildlife for a closer inspection. The photos show light claw marks to the seat and doors. A search warrant uncovered this bear costume, fake claws and all.
Whoever's inside that vehicle is not moving like a bear.
A licensed state insurance fraud investigator weighed in on the bogus bear crime.
Insurance investigators are trained extensively to detect fraud, not only human factor detecting fraud, as well as nowadays AI.
Pointing out it's not just how the so-called bear is moving in the cars, it's how they entered.
Yeah, maybe not
They
that
used the door.
convincing when you really spot it.
The bear
4
had
suspects,
a key.
all out of the Los Angeles area, are now facing insurance fraud and conspiracy charges.
I kind of want that bear costume for the next Halloween.
I was gonna say,
Right?
maybe without the
claws.
Yeah. But you have to think
We'll
somebody
hang those up.
actually moved around in that car.
They did their best. They did their best. And if you maybe squint, you can kind of maybe think it's a real bear. But yeah, I think wow.
So funny.
Unreal.
Nice try.
Yeah.
I like how he got away with it once and was like, I'm going to do it 2 more times.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Here's this is out of Lacey, Washington. These parents of this teenage girl, they were trying to set up an arranged marriage for her where they would like ship her off to Iraq, and she didn't want to do it. So they tried to murder her in public, like right in front of her school.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, the girl that murdered her dad with an axe pick, like if this girl would have like murdered her parents with an ice axe, holy shit. If she would have murdered her parents, I'm like, okay, that's fine.
The father and mother are charged with attempted murder, attempted kidnapping, and assault, accused of trying to kill their teen daughter in what the victim described as a possible honor killing. Prosecutors say the Timberline High School student was attacked by her parents outside the school after she tried to escape the family. Her boyfriend stepped in to help during the attack, and police say he was also hurt.
Fox 13's Jennifer Dowling talked to her boyfriend's father, and she has more from Timberline High School.
I would love to watch these women in a piting contest.
Victor Barnes says that the attack happened right near this bus stop as the girl was trying to catch a ride in order to escape the abuse that she reported from her family. He says that her dad caught up with her here beneath these trees and started to choke her. They fell to the ground as other students, including his son, tried to pull him off of her.
There's that.
Yeah, there's video of it.
There's the daughter.
How can she deny marriage?
Victor Barnes says this troubling
How
video
can she
captured by
deny
witnesses
marriage?
and under investigation by Lacey police shows Ihsan Ali choking his teen daughter from behind, her face shoved in the dirt.
That's my son.
Okay. Choking from behind can be a sexual act.
Fighting for the girl's life.
Court documents state she reported abuse by both Ihsan and her mother, Zara, saying she ran away to get help from her teachers.
If his son saved that girl's life, does he own that girl now? I don't know what the law says.
Staff at Timberline
Religious
telling
law.
investigators her parents had also planned to forcefully send her to Iraq to marry an older man.
Earlier that day, she was supposed to be flown out the country. She ran to the school because she was afraid.
Barnes said her parents were looking for her, and upon seeing her, the dad rushed out of a vehicle.
No. This is exactly why Trump won. Schools need to stay out of parents' business. I don't care. I don't care if your kid wants to transition. It's not your choice. Parents' choice. If your kid wants to live a life healthy without being sold into marriage slavery, I don't care. Parents' choice.
Yelled at her in Arabic. A different student who understood their language told him to leave.
And the kid says something of the nature of, she doesn't want to go back with you. Leave her alone. Dad snapped.
A witness told investigators Isan started hitting his daughter and then he punched Barnes' son, who went flying onto the concrete. Then Isan started choking his daughter.
I love the report saying he went flying. That's dad's strength. Like if you're willing to kill your own daughter for honor, you know when you punch someone else's kid, that kid's going flying to the concrete.
But the witness estimated was about a minute while multiple people tried to pry Isan off of her.
Her arms go limp. She's no longer moving. He starts to see her eyes just roll back and her arms sort of start flailing. And that's when he sort of sprung into action because he didn't want to see, someone he cared about pass away.
After she was dragged out of the headlock, her mother, Zara, was accused of attacking her.
My son was able to just grab her.
Running from mom coming in
take
next.
her away from mom.
They ran into Timberline for help.
And mother came rushing to the school, trying to get into school, but, she got stopped by security.
Barnes feels an adult should have escorted her to the bus.
And I'm glad he was there to save her life. But I just need just a little more explanation or answers as to why were the adults so careless.
He says his son and the girl didn't deserve trauma at the hands of adults.
High school for me is a time I would never forget. It was probably some of the 4 funnest years of my life. And it's unfortunate that, he would have to experience something like this in high school.
Barnes says he also took out a restraining order on the parents, not only because he says they assaulted his son, but he says the mom kept showing up at his family's home looking for the girl prior to the assaults. Reporting in Lacey, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
Wild.
And I guess because she didn't go get married, this was their God sending the bomb cyclone to our area to repent for her wrongdoing.
Here's another local story that's crazy. Like this guy on a bike gets roughed up by some University of Washington football players. They chase him. It's all on video. It's
well, the alleged crimes of a former Husky football player are back in the news this week. There's new video that shows Tybo Rogers and a teammate assaulting a bicyclist in what Seattle police describe as a road rage incident. Rogers was already facing 2 rape charges when this.
Yeah. So this one football. This one football player, he's already been charged.
This attack happened. The sex crime investigations are separate and ongoing, but Rogers was back in court facing a judge on Thursday in the road rage case.
This stairwell is where police say Tybo Rogers and Diesel Gordon beat up Camden Malone. The incident unfolding back in March. Now, the report says that Malone was riding his bike home from work on campus because his roommate at Shoreline Community College had just died and Malone was upset. And behind him in a car, Gordon and Rogers were allegedly honking and yelling at Malone to get off the road. That's when Malone flipped them off. That's when police say the players tried to run him off the road with their car.
I don't know if you guys have seen Degrassi, but that kid looks like the shooter that shot Drake. Put him in a wheelchair.
And Malone's accused of spitting
and
on
these
Gordon.
two guys look like Drake.
Behind the wheel, and then the chase was on. Cameras in this stairwell caught the
like,
whole
oh,
thing
shit.
on camera. Gordon can be heard calling Malone a homophobic slur before spitting on the victim multiple times. To the left, you see Rogers come down the stairwell and shove Malone to the ground. Rogers then hits Malone so hard in the face it sends his glasses flying. Rogers then goes and stomps the glasses into pieces.
Jesus.
Imagine getting spit on twice, then saying spit on me again, and then someone from behind just wrecks you. That sucks.
It appears Rogers tries to take Malone's bike, but he holds on to it. The two players leave him in the stairwell. Investigators say they were able to ID the suspects because pictures of them on the university's football roster matched up with who they saw in surveillance footage of this incident. They also say Rogers and Gordon were wearing gear exclusively given to players on the team. Fox 13 talked
easy to identify
with Malone in April about this attack. He tells us he feared for his safety the second he saw those players come down the stairs.
I thought my life was over and I was in danger, so I tried my best to get away. And it was just gut-wrenching when I found out that they did see where I went and they were coming down to get me.
Now, Rogers was cut from the team in May after the rape allegations went public. He's since entered the transfer portal. Seattle Times reports that neither
he's trying to transfer to another school.
Student is currently enrolled at the school.
I don't think anyone's going to take him.
I feel like the rape allegations are probably true. What the shit, man?
Yeah. What is this?
And joining me now is the chairwoman who made today happen, South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Congresswoman, thank you for being with us. Those of us who've been following this very closely have been hearing whispers of the words Immaculate Constellation.
The Immaculate Constellation Program.
For a few months
now. Is that like when Pluto becomes a planet for 70 years, then we take it away?
Maybe.
It dies for our sins? What the fuck?
You went out and put it straight on the record. Why did you think that was important?
Well, it's important that if the Pentagon or other federal agencies hiding these programs that they deny from the American public, and yet we learn recently that it actually does exist, the American people ought to know the truth and the facts. There's so much that we have overclassified. You can't talk about the date of some of the alleged UAP imagery, for example. Some of the witnesses couldn't even describe what they've seen because of the way things have been overclassified. You can't talk about the budget for some of these programs because that's classified. We overclassify everything into what end? Does it really make America safer? I don't think so. And the American people deserve to know the truth.
She wants to know about the aliens.
It must have been very frustrating for you sitting up there and not.
I think they're hiding them from us for a good reason, but I still don't think it's right.
I don't think it's actually aliens. There are things that have been spotted in the air, but they're more than likely experimental aircraft that's classified to the people that saw them, like fighter pilots and
being able to get a lot of those straight answers.
That would be the rational
that were watching it too.
explanation.
And then you posted this very mysterious report for the public to see with alleged details about Immaculate Constellation. What is in here is wild. I mean, and I'm paraphrasing, but reports of F-22s getting like boxed in by flying balloons that they couldn't shake. There were satellite images or satellite image of a football field-sized flying saucer hiding in clouds seen from this satellite looking down. Have you seen any of this footage or these images?
I have not seen those images or footage, but of course we're going to want to go digging for it in a skiff right after this. But the question I asked Michael Schellenberger, the journalist who was there testifying today, was when he wrote this report about the Immaculate Constellation, did he have more than one source? And the type of sourcing he used, he had multiple sources, they had clearances, they were very credible individuals, and that's really important detail when you're bringing forth this kind of information.
Absolutely. And Congresswoman, the testimony we heard today, I mean, it was suggesting that around the time that Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon helped get those black and white videos out in 2017, that's when this shadow program was spun up to kind of vacuum up all the data in a way that the public would not know. The allegation, if I understand it correctly, was that it was done out of the executive branch, which would have been President Trump at the time. The president right now, or the president-elect seems to be appointing some pretty heavy hitters that have been demanding UAP transparency to his cabinet, like Rubio, Ratcliffe.
Should be an interesting inauguration. I'm definitely going to watch that.
What if the aliens come down for the inauguration and welcome them in? Like, you are our leader too. You're the president of the universe now. Like they're MAGA aliens.
If they have the technology to come from wherever they came from and make it here, they're not going to make someone here in charge of anything. That is not happening.
What do you think we're going to see next year when Trump takes office on this?
I hope that we'll have the most transparent and accountable administration in U.S. history, not just for UAPs, but across the board with every single federal agency, because the American people overwhelmingly voted for the truth and voted for transformational changes within the federal government. And that should be one of them. Transparency should be a part of that. We had great witnesses today, including the Admiral Gallaudet, who said that, emails were deleted.
We need lower gas prices and access to alien technology.
They were out and deployed at sea. So we learned a lot of information. We learned information that the government denies. They say there is no there. These things don't exist. But yet we learned today that there are federal employees and individuals injured by crashed craft retrieval programs and being paid by the government and compensated. So you can't tell me it doesn't exist, and yet you have people who've been harmed by retrieving craft, and are being paid by the government for those injuries. So it doesn't add up, and we have a lot more to investigate. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah. There's kind of like two primary scenarios if like extraterrestrials from like other galaxies or like other parts of the galaxy came here, somehow found us out of like all the shit that's out there. Like there's like the Star Trek theory where like the Vulcans, they're like benevolent aliens that land here, and then they slowly like feed us technology over like a few generations, and then like bring us into like this new era of peace and prosperity, and then there's the aliens just like take over. Like that's the other one.
Yeah. Unless they were here before and in the 1800s, knowledge of them was banished so they could live in privatization and come out every once in a while in their little scooter carts.
In Star Trek, they travel back in time to the 1800s at least once.
Yeah, fingers crossed we'll get some solid answers. Last question really fast. I mean, we saw bipartisan curiosity here. Do you think that's going to continue?
Oh, I hope it does. And UAPs is a place where both Democrats and Republicans alike have come together to demand transparency, to demand
Eric
government
in the
accountability.
chat says they're light years ahead of us in technology, yet they crash more than my 90-year-old grandma.
Right.
Maybe they only come back to Earth to get drunk and fuck cows. Don't you? There's all those probing stories and the cows getting mutilated. Maybe they just come back to the United States, back to Earth to get drunk and fuck with things.
The other thing that we've been doing too is we've been working together to protect whistleblowers. There are people that have come forward since the last hearing. There will be more people that come forward, I hope, after this hearing. And we're doing our best to protect those individuals, Democrat and Republican alike.
Congresswoman, we can't thank you enough for your time on all this. Thank you.
Thanks for watching. Yeah. Let's see. Morning after pills and IUD appointments spike after Trump win.
Sales of emergency contraceptives spiked in the days following last week's election.
This is like when people panic buy up all the ammo, and there's like an ammo shortage. After Obama got elected, people went and started buying up ammo because they thought Obama was going to make guns illegal. So, yeah.
According to data compiled by
Trump's allies and cabinet picks getting less qualified, I have to wonder if at some stage Trump will be announcing the appointment of Bobby Jones from Edinburgh, Texas, as in charge of border control and cavity inspections.
It is funny, though.
Yeah.
Trump is now one of the more seasoned members of his cabinet.
This News confirmed team. Winks Health, a sexual health company, reported a 966% increase in the sale of its morning after pill in the 60 hours.
Isn't Rubio going to be like Secretary of State or something?
That's what it said, yeah.
It's like that's like a huge job, you know?
Following
Did Hillary Clinton have that?
Yep.
At one point?
And John Kerry and Colin Powell, I think, had it too.
Yeah.
To the week before.
Condoleezza Rice, right? Think she had it?
Yeah, I believe she was.
President-elect Donald Trump has boasted about his role in overturning Roe versus Wade, the landmark Supreme Court case that protected the right to abortions. In May, Trump said he would consider restricting access to birth control. He later walked back that comment. Dr. Jessica Shepard joins us now. She is a gynecologist and founder of Modern Mental
Dr.
Health.
Shepard.
Doctor, thank you for being here. What should people know about emergency contraceptives such as the morning after pill? Do they expire if people are stockpiling them? Is there a concern that patients doing so could use them incorrectly?
Well, let's start first with the concern, and I think rightly so that women should be concerned about their reproductive health, especially as we're starting with the new administration. And as you mentioned, we have seen that there has been boasting of, again, bringing down the reproductive or bringing in, Supreme Court justices that actually did give us where we are now with states that actually have abortion bans. So being in one of those states myself, I do see on a personal level.
It's crazy to literally just it's barely even an abortion. Like the morning after pill, there's almost nothing there. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's completely stupid.
Yeah.
To ban that morning after pill.
Right.
I gotta say though, this gynecologist woman, it makes me ask, do you think gynecologist women have the most poppin' pussy? Are they just keep their stuff perfect because they know everything? They know all the tricks?
No, I don't think so.
This concern and how people are increasing the awareness of what they need to do if something were to happen and they needed to make a decision.
We're also seeing a spike in doctor's appointments for long-acting reversible birth control. Planned Parenthood reported a 760% increase for appointments for intrauterine devices or IUDs on November 6th, the day after the election. What long-term birth control options are there? What should people know about them?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So the more that people know that they can make better decisions for themselves. When we look at long-term acting contraception, these are types of contraception that are actually going to be the best ones that are going to be preventing pregnancy because they last for a long amount of time, anywhere from 3.
All right. So yeah, this has become educational at this point. This isn't an educational show.
Yeah. Put the fucking anchor into the vagina and stop having babies.
Hey, make that white stuff come out again.
I think if women really wanted to reduce pregnancy, they would just suck it. Just suck. You can't get pregnant from sucking it. Just suck it.
Here's some stuff about Donald Trump's proposed tariffs.
Where are products like these being made? I'm your state capitol reporter, Alana Johnson, and President-elect Donald Trump has proposed...
Why does she seem like the laziest reporter ever? She didn't take her coat off. She didn't stand up.
She's high.
She looks high, yeah.
She was smoking some Granddaddy Purple or something like that.
Yeah. On goods coming inside the U.S. from other countries. So I talked to a Jackson County manufacturer about the impact that it will have on his business and what it would mean to have more products being made right here in our neighborhoods.
Shane Grant makes products you don't even know you may need.
Manufacturing facility that takes complicated...
I like the way that this is being reported.
Materials and turns it into components for other industries to be able to create their products.
His company, Machining Momentum, works with companies here in Michigan and all over the country.
Really proud feeling to be able to say I'm a U.S.-based manufacturing, company that supports so many different industries across the nation.
And Grant says being a U.S.-based company may mean more if President-elect Donald Trump imposes tariffs on products coming into the country.
That way we can create a product.
She does seem kind of tired.
Within a price range that can be still profitable.
Oh, you know what? This video also is in mono, but only one channel is active. So now I have to...
seem to be having a lot of comments about that tonight.
The Michigan Manufacturing Association says bringing tariffs could mean more workers.
Oh, this is in Michigan. Definitely high.
Coming to our state.
And what that means, bringing it home, that is over 600,000 Michiganders working directly in manufacturing.
Michiganders.
Yeah. And the big game is next Saturday. And this time we got it. We're not losing this time.
So that is a huge number of individuals creating enormous wealth and opportunity.
But he also says that introducing broad-based tariffs can cause problems for our world economy as well.
We make things for the world makes things for us, whether it's in the supply chain or for consumers. So there has to be some open opportunities for businesses.
All right, I'm skipping this one.
We also need to ask Liz Miller what she thinks about all this. The newly minted Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, expected to lob a shattering blow at federal bureaucracy and redundancies. Elon Musk and
Trump will make a DOGE department.
Vivek Ramaswamy both tapped as co-leaders. Listen to this.
Elon Musk definitely suggested it.
$500 billion that's spent every year right now was not even authorized by Congress in the first place. They can't even tell you where it goes. We've talked a big game for 40 years about cutting the federal government, about reducing the scope of the federal government. Politicians haven't been able to do it. And so Elon and I, we're not politicians. We're businessmen. We're coming at it from the outside.
Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary is the chairman of O'Leary Ventures, and he joins us now. So, Kevin, back in 2020.
Oh, God, the guy from Shark Tank?
Yeah.
The Simpson-Bowles Commission proved that it's not hard to find waste, fraud, and abuse in places to cut spending. What's hard is getting Congress to go through with it. Is that going to be any different this time around?
Yes, it will be different. What Bowles didn't have at that time was the megaphone Elon Musk has. You got to remember, politicians have to raise money. These days, they do it using social media. Now, what Elon has, that people keep forgetting, because they say, well, he doesn't have a legislative mandate here. And I say, oh, he's got better than that. He's got X. So what happens?
Yeah, I mean, it became a propaganda machine. Like, I would go on there, there'd be like literal like Nazi propaganda on there.
Yeah.
It was like, whoa. I don't know.
Yeah, you can definitely see the switch.
Yeah.
I will say I like Twitter a lot better when it was leftist propaganda.
Is you're in some state somewhere and you own a project to nothing and you're spending $2 billion, he just will shame you out. He'll start naming to all of your voters exactly what you've done wrong and what you're not doing to fix it. And I love the concept of just squeezing heads to stop waste, because all he has to do is turn on the machine. Now, it's going to be very contentious. I've said this multiple times about this mandate. The power he has.
A mandate. It looks like they're on a mandate right there.
They go on a lot of mandates.
Is not to be underestimated.
They had a mandate with Robert Kennedy Jr.
Eating McDonald's on an airplane.
Eating the McDonald's. Mile High Club with the McMuffin.
Because if you can get to the voter of that governor or that senator that's wasting money in his eyes, and he can make a good case on X, you're going to cause a lot of damage in that constituency. And I love this idea because it's a negotiation. That's what it is. If you don't fix this, I'm going to call you out.
Yeah, the $44 billion he spent on X might seem like a bargain in the long run if he gets to leverage it like
that.
My
God.
Here's a breakdown of federal spending, just so that folks at home know where their tax dollars are going. Health care, 25%, Social Security, 20 to 25%, defense.
I love how Elon did a poll like, should I step down from X? And yes, won. But he was like, oh, well, whatever. I'm going to keep being in charge here. Thank you.
Did he ever get someone else? Because he was gonna give it to some woman, right?
I mean,
that never happened.
I think he gave up some of his like responsibilities, but he still ultimately controls what happens there.
Percent safety net programs, 10%, interest on the national debt, 8 to 10%. The way it breaks down is 61% of spending is mandatory, 13% is on debt service, 26% is discretionary, which really will be the target of DOGE. And that is a small piece of the pie to try to wring $2 trillion out of, Kevin.
I don't know. I think healthcare could be another place of savings. We haven't really used any technology there yet. We haven't really digitized medical records. We really have.
If Elon was smart, he would make Twitter/X an old school BBS, bulletin board service, where you have to like dial in through Telnet, and it's all like those, like, what are they, like ANSI graphics, whatever they called them.
ASCII?
Yeah, something like that. ASCII.
Where you have to do the boners using all the computer.
Yeah. We could play Legend of the Red Dragon and Mud. If anyone's ever played
Mud.
Yeah, dude. You ever play Mud?
Yeah, I used to go to the library when I was a kid because my friend played Mud, so I got a Mud account. We would sit at the library and play Mud before we had computers at home.
Yeah. Yeah.
We brought a mandate of AI.
I wasn't
into
that big into it. My friend was, but I played a little bit.
that. I think we could save
ANSI
a lot of money.
It is
the U.S.
ANSI,
has
okay.
one of the worst.
I was thinking the ASCII boner, I think is what it was.
IRR returns
You draw a
on
dick out of
healthcare
those.
spending. When you can compare it to some of the European countries like Switzerland or England or France, they do a much better job. But they share the records on a much more ubiquitous basis that we do. We're always concerned about privacy, but I think we could fix that too. But I like looking at everything. I don't see any reason why these two can't just release the hounds and go nuts. Everybody's interested to find out what they're going to see.
Yeah,
And I'd like to
we're
hear it myself.
interested. Let's just see what happens. Let's have Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk just release hounds on our government. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? Dunstan checks in.
Because maybe it's a means test on Social Security. We have to fix this because the deficit's getting a little
let's get rid of
big
Social
right
Security.
now, and the bond
Elon and
market's starting
Vivek want
get
to
a
do
little
it.
uneasy in the 10-year. I worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that Social Security is something that might need to be looked at. But Simpson Bowles said, let's look at that.
Yeah, let
Republicans in
Elon look at
Congress said,
Social
"No,
Security."
I'm not going to touch that. So Elon Musk is having no end of fun with all of this. America, his PAC, produced this tweet saying,
I
"Look, the
like how
Pentagon
Fox News got the hated Shark Tank guy to comment on, to give the one supportive take of this Doge. They had to find the asshole shark from Shark Tank.
I think he's
Was the one guy
Canadian too. I believe he's
Was he
Canadian.
from the Dragon's Den show originally?
just failed its seventh audit in a row. The nation's largest government agency is unable to fully account for its budget of over $824 billion. They don't even know where billions of taxpayers' money is going. Efficiency is coming, to which Musk retweeted with a comment, "Sounds like a job for Doge." I mean, he really looks like he's looking forward to getting into the numbers here.
I rest my case, Your Honor. Here he goes. He's just going to keep on these guys, hitting him every day to a billion people that are willing to listen, and the head squeezing begins. I love head squeezing. This is fantastic. They're going to think he's going to go away. No, he won't. He'll just keep going and going and going and going, and no one's going to stop him. He owns the network. We've never had anything quite like this, and I absolutely love it. This is terrific.
All right. Well, we'll see if they can wring that money out of the federal budget. It'll be something to watch. Kevin, great to catch up with you. Thank you, sir.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley.
Steve Ducey.
Ducey.
Here's some Diddy stuff.
Diddy bop.
In our law and justice lead, another shocking turn in the case of Sean Diddy Combs. Prosecutors, as you know, say that the music mogul
looks just like him.
Committed some unspeakable acts. And now they're saying that he's engaging in witness tampering from behind bars. How do they know that? Well, through evidence that Diddy's attorneys say the feds should never have been able to obtain. They are accusing federal prosecutors of what they call outrageous misconduct. Personal notes that allegedly contain attorney-client defense strategies, were seized from Diddy's New York jail cell. Combs' legal team calls that search a violation of his constitutional rights, and they're demanding an evidentiary hearing. Not so fast, though. Prosecutors defend the seizure. They say the notes were obtained during a nationwide, pre-planned sweep of multiple prison facilities. They claim the notes were reviewed by a filter team, someone not involved in the case, to remove privileged materials before they were turned over to prosecutors. Now, prosecutors are arguing the notes that they got contain evidence that Diddy may have tried to influence witnesses, alleging that he paid a witness after making a public statement. Diddy's team strongly denies these allegations. This development comes as Diddy, who has pleaded not guilty to sex trafficking, racketeering, and related charges, is set to appear in court Friday. This would be his third attempt to be released on bond. The case is now raising serious questions about due process and pretrial detainee rights. To clear up some of these questions for us, Joey Jackson, criminal defense attorney and CNN legal analyst. Joey, just to remind everybody, you know, allegations are not, is not a conviction, and Diddy is presumed innocent until proven guilty. But the big question here is it legal for the prosecutors to seize personal notes from a pre-trial detainee, even if a filter team has gone through them and taken out anything privileged? And also explain what a filter team is first, if you can.
Yeah, I don't know anything about most of this. Like,
Yeah, this is news to me.
Yeah.
A filter team.
Yeah, so Jake, this discussion, no matter whether you love Diddy, don't like him, think he's guilty, think he's not guilty, that's not the issue. The issue is the propriety of the conduct of the government as alleged. Everyone is entitled to a fair trial. Now, the first question comes, well, should the government have been searching his cell? Do they have these searches in jails? Is that appropriate? I think the general answer
is it
yes.
appropriate
They're
to
going
search a
have
cell in
searches
jail?
of
I say
various
no.
detainee cells
If
for
you can't fit it in
safety
your ass, you shouldn't be able to carry it in prison.
reasons and other reasons. So as a result of that, expect and anticipate that your cell will be searched. The next question becomes, well, if there's information with respect to that search that deals with your case, that is attorney work product, right? Not attorney work product, but certainly attorney client. When you go, when you're visiting a client in a jail, you have discussions about your case, about witnesses, about strategy, about issues. You may take notes or do anything you like, either with your attorneys or when you go back. Now, if the government has gotten that specific information, the answer becomes, well, why and how? That leads me to the question about a filter team. If you get information, and it could be attorney-client privilege, right? You should have the right to speak to your attorney about everything and anything, but it should be filtered. There are a government team. In fact, the Department of Justice created a team in 2020 to do just this, filter information, so that that team is not part of the case, not part of the prosecution. You look for attorney-client privilege information, you parse it out, then you give it to prosecutors. What was the process followed? What was the protocol followed? Was it followed properly or appropriately? We don't know. That's why a hearing is necessary. That should never get into the hands of prosecutors. It's unfair, it's inappropriate, shouldn't happen, and that raises serious questions. That's what a filter team did. Did they abdicate their responsibility? We'll see at a hearing.
This all coming on the heels, of course, of a recent court filing where prosecutors were citing jail phone records. They claimed that Diddy used the phone accounts of at least 8 inmates to evade monitoring and to make calls that they allege are also witness tampering. How does his defense team respond to that as they're trying to get Diddy released on bond?
Listen, that's a question of fact, and either the government has the goods on that and he was attempting to do it or not. That's an allegation. That's something else that could be addressed at a hearing or not addressed. But I think the main and core question is, if you have materials that's prepared with your defense lawyers, how do prosecutors get that? Should prosecutors have gotten that? Should the defense team have been given notice to object to that?
Here's a little
Sean
more.
Diddy Combs is back in a New York courtroom, marking a third attempt to be released on bail in his sex trafficking case. He's been in jail since his arrest in September. And today's hearing is happening as Combs' lawyers are accusing prosecutors of manipulating a disturbing video, one that you've probably seen. It's the one that shows him brutally attacking his then girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, in a hotel hallway back in 2016.
Yeah,
CNN's
that video
Elizabeth
was manipulated.
Wagmeister is live in Los Angeles. Elizabeth, does the Combs team have a strong case here to make, especially in light of these recent allegations that he's been making calls behind, from behind bars that could be seen to influence maybe witnesses?
Look, Brianna, so Combs' team says that those allegations about those phone calls and tampering with witnesses from behind bars, they say that that is not true. They are denying all of that. There have been filings flying left and right. Today, we've had 2 new filings. Last night, there was an additional filing where they spoke about that video that you just referenced, Brianna. So Combs' team, they are working very hard to try to get him released. As you said, this is going to be his 3rd bail hearing. We'll see if 3rd time's a charm. But right now, what we see here is some screenshots from that.
He's like naked with a towel.
Yeah. I haven't been to a Diddy party, but I have been to this hotel that he beat her at.
Disturbing
in,
video
Century
that our
City.
team broke here at
Los
CNN.
Angeles.
Now, what Combs' team is saying in this filing is that prosecutors, they claim that they submitted a version of that video that our team released. Now, we have not seen that alleged video that prosecutors submitted to the court for these bail proceedings. We don't know what was in them, but Combs' team is saying it's edited, that they left out some of the material, that it's out of order, and they are taking issue with that. Now, I want to read you part of what Combs' team said in that filing, Brianna. They say, quote, "The video is not evidence of a coerced freak-off and sex trafficking, but rather a sad glimpse into a decade."
Freak off.
A long consensual relationship between Mr. Combs and Ventura. So they are categorizing
This video showed
as
zero freak off material. He was simply beating the trash out of this woman wearing a towel.
Exactly.
He was wearing the towel. She was trying to flee his apartment.
And
he beat her without ever losing the towel around his waist, by the way.
I think what you saw, Brianna, what I saw, what the world has seen now, is that video depicts a horrific, violent attack against a woman. Now, we do not know what happened behind closed doors. The footage that we have seen occurs in the hallway of that hotel room. But what happens in the hallway of that hotel room, according to the footage that our team obtained and released earlier this year, again, is Combs dragging Ventura, kicking her, throwing a vase towards her, a glass vase towards her. So we will see what the judge has to say. But right now, Combs in a courtroom, the third attempt to get out before his criminal trial. Remember, Brianna, his criminal trial is set for the spring of next year, and he has been denied bail twice. He is trying to get out as he awaits that trial.
Yeah, that may be a tough sell, but we'll see what the judge says. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the report. Boris?
Let's discuss some of the details with Joey Jackson. He's a CNN legal analyst.
Michael Jackson's father? No, I don't.
Joe
Jackson. Yeah.
Is he the guy that was talking on the other video too?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not allowed to shower. That's part of my discharge from the hospital. I'm not allowed to shower, and I'm itching right now.
That sucks.
What am I supposed to do? It's like, do I just get I've been trying to wash myself with a washcloth.
Don't say rag on a stick. Don't say it.
Got to get myself a rag on a stick. I can't shower. It's killing me. I got some baby powder from the hospital. I might shake that on me. I went and bought one of those shower heads that are detachable. I'm gonna give myself like a lower bath, but I'm not allowed to shower around this area. I can't wash my hair. Yeah, I'm freaking out, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Stop wearing Joe's boxer shorts. Never.
Mike Huckabee says past is the prelude for the future for Trump's foreign policy. Let's see.
Hi, Doug.
Hi, Doug.
He's going to be announced tomorrow, and we have somebody else that's probably coming up with him to be announced who's a big one. And we're going to do things with energy and with land, interior, that is going to be incredible. And so I look forward to doing the formal announcement. And today I nominated him for, I guess, if you like health and if you like people that live a long time.
If you like health.
It's the most important
If you like
position.
health.
RFK Jr. Bobby, I think he's right. He wants to make people healthy. It's driven him.
He's so smart. He knows everything about health.
Pretty wild over the last number of years.
That was President-elect Trump talking about Governor Doug Burgum and RFK Jr. in his first public speech since his massive victory. This was the America First Policy Institute gala at Mar-a-Lago last night. He did name Governor Doug Burgum Secretary of the Interior. He's moving on the Treasury and energy picks, too. Energy Secretary. Joining us now, President-elect Trump's pick for ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Governor, congratulations. What great news.
Why does the Huckabee logo look like a restaurant with like a sports bar or something, or it's like a Dave and Buster's signal behind him?
Huckabee.
Come to Huckabee's. We have beer pong.
Cornhole.
Yeah, cornhole and beer pong at Huckabee's.
All right,
$2 drafts at Huckabee's.
Mind, Governor, if we want to get right at it, what is the plan now for Israel and Gaza? How will the president-elect get the remaining hostages out of there?
Well, I haven't been confirmed yet, so I'm not the ambassador. It's a little hard to speak with any sense of being official. I would just say that if you looked at the past, it's really
he's like cockeyed. You see that?
Yeah,
into the future.
He looks a little like a weathered Bill O'Reilly right here.
Donald Trump's 4 years as president were the best 4 years any of.
I remember he was like, when he first got elected as the governor of Arkansas, he was really fat. And then he like got super thin. He like started running marathons and shit. And then he like gained a little bit back, but he never like went all the way back, you know.
The president has ever had for Israel.
Gave all the weight
the
to
embassy,
his daughter.
recognizing
the president did nothing wrong.
The Golan Heights.
That's what she would always say.
He did nothing wrong.
The president did nothing wrong.
Recognizing
Welcome
Jerusalem
to Costco. I
as the
love
eternal
you.
capital of the Jewish state. There were just so many ways in which Donald Trump did great things, the greatest of which was
Colonel Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
probably the Abraham Accords. No doubt one of the assignments the president will give to me is to help push that forward, expand it, make it even broader, because it was on the brink of being broader when he left office. Unfortunately, nothing has been done to advance it under this administration. So I'm fully expecting that there's going to be a continuation of the policies that made him the most pro-Israel president ever.
Governor, let's get your take on the media criticizing your appointment here. Please listen to this.
Palestinians are facing a situation where they are, this American ambassador will take the view that they might not necessarily be allowed to stay in their homes.
Radical views he's expressed in the past have Palestinians deeply worried. Mike Huckabee, who doesn't believe in a Palestinian state.
Yeah, so he's one of the most hostile people you could possibly pick. You know,
he supports this concept of a greater Israel controlling
It's a good
the
thing
entire
that the anti-Israel people stood up against Kamala Harris.
Right?
Good job, guys.
Yeah.
She didn't speak up. She didn't speak up loud enough for Palestine. Now you got I heart Huckabee, I hate Palestine.
territory from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. That's a Mike Huckabee vision. This is a recipe, if he continues to pursue these views, for continued instability and violence in the Middle East.
Governor Huckabee, your reaction to that?
Well, first of all, I don't get to continue my views. I'll take the president's views. That's what an ambassador does, and I'm fully aware of that. But to his point, he's totally missing something when he says it'll be unstable. The most unstable we've had in Israel has been since Joe Biden took office. I think he may not remember that October the 7th happened because the relaxation of the maximum pressure that President Trump put on the Iranians resulted in them having money to give to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. That gave Hamas...
Houthi, but not the blowfish. Only Houthi got paid.
Us the kind
The
of
Hezbollah to Houthis?
capacity to slaughter innocent Israeli Jewish civilians. So this notion that, oh my gosh, it'll be unstable. It was very stable when Donald Trump was president. It's been unstable since he wasn't. Look for stability to come back. And part of the way is to make sure that the Jewish people of Israel have a secure and safe homeland, and they're not being asked to give up land to people who don't believe they should exist. When he talks about River to the Sea, who's been chanting that? These pro-Hamas protesters across the world.
Oops.
River to the Sea means the Jordan to the Mediterranean, even though most of them don't even know what that means. So what I would say is, yeah, River to the Sea. Israel should be free.
Governor, soon-to-be ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, thank you so much. It's great to have you on.
He was like, oh, by the way, the allegations that I champion the River to the Sea thing, don't you know that's what the pro-Palestinian people have been championing? That they've been saying from the River to the Sea? Don't you know that? So yeah, from the River to the Sea, but for Israel. He's like, I know you are, but what am I? I'm in charge. You're done. Ladies and gentlemen, this is that time of the night where my face gets big and your balls get empty. If you love the flavor savor that is my mustache, maybe you should ride this big face, Billy, into the tip train. I am very much looking forward to washing myself with a rag on a stick. Where's said mustache? I made it up. I made the mustache up. I was talking a big game. I was hoping my words would be so smooth that my actions wouldn't have to back them up. Do you know anything? Do you know anything about a grifter? Things have been horrible with my health this week. I had to go to the ER and stay overnight in the hospital. My sutures from my surgery started to open up at one end. There was about 1 centimeter of exposed incision, and I could see like the sutures falling out of my skin. And I said, this is not good. Then I got into the hospital and they did a whole bunch of tests on me. They wouldn't let me leave. They decided the tests were all negative after all this work. And they let me go after putting a fucking Band-Aid on me. And said, you can't shower now. I'm like, I want to shower. Like, you can't shower until you're fully healed. And I'm like, I do not like that idea. Do I still have the bagel chain? It's a donut, by the way. Psst. What do you think I am? Pro-Israel? I have bagel chain? I'm donut chain. I don't know what that means. You know, New York bagels are bomb, by the way. I just thought you guys should know that. If you ever get a bacon, egg, and cheese, New York bagel, bacon, egg, and cheese, it's good stuff. I need a shower. I can't wash my hair. My hair is completely unwashed since before I went to the damn hospital because the power was out. So I'm like, I'm the worst. I'm the worst human being. I want to cry. I want to cry. I don't know. I need to install that detachable shower head that I bought so I can at least start squaring up my undercarriage. When you install that shower head, make sure you use the plumber tape that should have come with it. Dude, they better have the plumber tape with it. I bought it from Costco.
Yeah. Costco.
I need some baby wipes. I need all sorts of stuff. I'm a baby.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get boglum scabs.
No.
Boglum scabs.
Here's the thing about Linda McMahon.
President-elect Trump is moving forward with his selections for cabinet nominees. Yesterday, he announced former wrestling executive Linda McMahon as Secretary of Education. That is the department.
I say give Hogan, create a new position for Hogan.
The Secretary of Kayfabe, brother?
Something like that.
He wants to disband, by the way. TV doctor Mehmet Oz was tapped to run Medicare and Medicaid, and billionaire Howard Lutnick is his pick for Commerce Secretary. See them all there. Now, this comes as Trump was in South Texas yesterday for a SpaceX launch. As you see, he accompanied the company's CEO, Elon Musk, to the event. Musk, of course,
looks like
supported the
Elon
Trump
never
campaign.
shows up.
Katrina Kaufman was there and has been following the Trump transition.
People are all like, oh, Trump probably doesn't actually like Elon behind the scenes.
I don't know. I think Trump probably loves Elon. Elon gives him money. Elon, I absolutely love your money. And I can no longer campaign, so I can't get campaign money. Now I need your money, Elon. Let me get your money.
Trina, you got to get clarity from Trump on if he's standing by Gaetz. He is. I'm wondering, just considering the controversies, though, what's the attitude within his team about all of this?
Good morning, Errol. You know, the team was taken by surprise by these allegations, both against Gaetz and then Trump's pick for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who over the weekend it was confirmed that he paid a woman who has accused him of sexual assault as part of a financial settlement agreement. But the campaign has said that they are standing by Trump's nomination so far. Stephen Chung, his communications director, told me over the weekend that Trump has chosen highly qualified candidates. He pointed out
Look at his
that
sunglasses.
Hegseth has
Oh my
said that
God.
he's innocent. And as you played before, when I asked Trump about Matt Gaetz yesterday, he very firmly said no when I asked if he was reconsidering that nomination.
You know, the only person I saw defending Matt Gaetz was Sanchez.
Who's Sanchez?
Isn't that his name?
Rick Sanchez?
Hold on. What was his name?
No.
The guy from New York. What was his maybe it wasn't Sanchez. What was the guy who was like the scammer?
Yeah, he's had the cross-dressing thing.
Yeah, what was his last name?
Was that a Sanchez? George Santos.
Santos. Yeah.
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 I was like, Dirty Sanchez supports?
Yeah, Santos. I saw him come out and defended Gaetz.
No, Gaetz is great. We love Gaetz.
Made it very clear to the Senate that if they are not going to put through the candidates that he wants, that he's going to push them to do recess appointments.
Now, from what you're witnessing, what's the dynamic between
Hold
Trump
up.
and
I don't
Musk?
think
Because
all
we've seen
these
Trump
sexual predators need to be at recess.
historically benefit from the support of people and then quickly turn on them. So what are you seeing?
Errol, I spent all of yesterday with them at the SpaceX launch in the afternoon. And, you know, there have been some reports that Trump has joked that Musk, you know, isn't leaving Mar-a-Lago. But what I witnessed between them was they just seemed very friendly and comfortable with each other. Elon Musk seemed just excited to teach Trump about what was going on there at SpaceX. He spent a while telling him and Don Jr. and some of the senators who were with him, which included Ted Cruz and Bill Hagerty, all about how these rocket launches work. He was showing them a video with a side-by-side simulation of how a rocket launch is supposed to go versus the reality. They went into the control room and he was showing them a model rocket. And, you know, Trump's presidency could be very significant for SpaceX because their test launches have been limited.
I wish
the
Ted
number that they
Cruz
could
would
do
go away.
by FAA regulations and environmental concerns.
But he won't lose, I don't think. I don't think he can lose in his...
Something would have to happen, yeah.
And so it's also really important for him to get Trump on board. Although there was one, I think, disappointment probably for Trump yesterday, which is that he has just been marveling at the last SpaceX Starship test launch on the campaign trail, talking about, you know, how incredible it was when the booster came back from space and was caught by these chopsticks. He came all the way down to Texas yesterday to see that, and in the end, SpaceX wasn't able to make that part of the test launch happen. It's not quite clear why.
We'll have to have another trip at some other.
All right, let's check out this one. This is Zelensky.
Now to the war in Ukraine, and tonight President Zelensky telling reporters he believes the war with Russia will end faster under Trump. At what cost for Ukraine? What Zelensky also said, our chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell
He's
from
like, yes,
Kyiv
the
tonight.
war will end faster with Trump.
Tonight, ferocious
because
fighting
Trump doesn't
underway
owe
in
us
Kursk,
money.
the border area of Russia. Ukrainian forces took over earlier this year, as President Zelensky predicts the war will end faster under the policies of President-elect Trump. 50,000 Russians, supported by North Korean soldiers and weaponry,
Yeah, that's
now
so crazy
trying to
that they have
drive
North
Zelensky's
Korean
men
soldiers.
out of Russia. And the Russians also advancing on the front lines inside Ukraine, in the eastern Donbass and northeastern Kharkiv regions. But in a new interview, Zelensky saying, for us...
It's crazy that Russia will ally themselves. Like, Russia's supposed to be like a capitalist society and everything. You know, they were communist at one time, but they're a capitalist society now, and it's like they ally themselves with North Korea. Because like, and it's like that's like a godless, like almost completely communist, Asian country allying themselves with Russia. That's supposed to be this very conservative, capitalist, like religious country.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
A just peace is very important, so there'd be no feeling that we lost our best people for the sake of an injustice imposed upon us. The war will end, but there's no exact date. But Trump has vowed to end the war quickly.
We're going to work very hard on Russia and Ukraine. It's got to stop. Russia and Ukraine's got to stop.
But for now, Russian attacks on civilian areas incessant as Ukraine readies to negotiate with Trump. Above all, Ukraine wants security guarantees, but at what cost?
David, though it's unclear from Zelensky's interview exactly what the cost is going to be, I think the reality on the ground is that they may have no choice but to hand over parts of their country to Vladimir Putin if they really want peace. David?
Vladimir Putin.
Ian Pannell from Kyiv tonight. Ian, thank you.
Kyiv.
That war.
You like beef Wellington, right, Ben?
I've had beef Wellington on a few occasions.
You like it, right?
Oh, yes.
Next time you go to Costco, if they still have it, Gordon Ramsay has these little beef Wellington bites you can cook in the air fryer.
Oh.
They're little treats.
I went to one of Gordon Ramsay's restaurants in Las Vegas a long time ago, and they make the beef Wellington there. That's one of the places I've had it. And then the Snoqualmie Casino has a steakhouse, and during Christmas time they serve up a beef Wellington there too.
Interesting, because it's about Christmas time.
Yep.
Russian President Vladimir Putin has just lowered the threshold of what it would take for his country to use its nuclear weapons. It's a direct response to President Biden's decision to allow Ukraine to use American-supplied longer-range missiles on targets inside Russia. National correspondent Atra El-Nashar has the latest from Washington.
Ukraine not wasting any time waiting to act on new permission from the U.S. to strike military targets inside of Russia with.
Yeah, I've heard enough of Putin and all this shit.
Yeah, a lot of people say this is going to be World War III.
I don't think so.
I think if it is, it's about time this all ends. We've been suffering long enough, world. We don't have to worry about abortions or rights if we're all blown up. Maybe it's time for the cockroaches to have their reign.
Sometimes Pierce Morgan's panels are interesting to watch.
I think.
Oh yeah, it gets heated. So Pierce Morgan this time he has a panel of like Democrats / like progressives, and they all kind of debate over whose fault it was that they lost so badly. And that one guy who uses the keys. You ever seen that guy? Like
I'm not sure.
He predicts elections and he usually gets it right, but he got it way wrong this time.
The orange man is still
Yes.
back. Just about nobody on the left would agree.
Same thing with that county where Port Angeles is. They voted wrong.
They got it wrong too?
Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
On why the orange man therefore won by a landslide and what should happen next. Here's just a snapshot of views from the masterminds who were wrong about, well, almost everything.
It is time for the Democrats to say, okay.
These two went to Trump and kissed his ring recently.
Better kiss the ring.
And you and I have talked about this before.
Al Sharpton looks so weird. He's so like I don't know. He used to be a big guy.
A lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
A lot
and with other Hispanics. You've got some that don't like each other.
The working class of this country is angry, and they have a reason to be angry.
I don't respect him saying that the Democratic Party has abandoned the working class families.
Go somewhere, Nancy. God. She's so old. She's older than Biden.
Yeah, but she needs to stay in power so that her husband can rig the markets.
That's where we are.
Elon Musk.
102. 102. So a 102 will get us to 777.
Yes.
Damn.
I don't know how many hundreds of billions he has. He has been the director of misinformation.
And this idea that like, oh no, the economy's actually good. Or
all right, I'm gonna move to their panel where they like actually freak out at each other. All right.
The DL Hughley?
It's Juan. I think his name's Juan Williams.
Things about women, the fact that he is, and says he wants to be an authoritarian. That's all true. But I think a lot of the men said, you know what, we like it.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I mean, Professor Lichtman.
Professor Ligma.
Cenk is mad.
You correctly forecast the result of 9 of the past 10 U.S. presidential elections, but not this one. Like most pollsters, I have to say, very, very few people predicted a big win, other than I might, if I may be so modest, I did. I went on Fox News 10 days before with Brian Kilby and said, I think he's going to win big. But actually, most people thought we'd be incredibly tight and it could go either way and so on. But it wasn't that at all. Why do you think Trump is so difficult to poll? Which is clearly the conclusion I would draw from this.
Well, I am forthrightly willing to admit
I missed this election. I still think I actually had 10 out of 10 before. I think I was right about 2000, but we're not here to litigate that. I still think it's a pretty good record. Now, I think two things are operating here. Number one, I was incredibly critical at the time of the spineless, cowardly Democrats openly and viciously trashing their elected president and their elected nominee right out there in the open.
Yeah, he was one of those, like, you can't criticize Biden because he's the president. I don't know, like.
I have never seen that before, and I've studied American.
No one can say, "Hey, this guy clearly isn't all there."
Politics since the founding, and that tainted any nominee. And they're now taking no responsibility for that. They're blaming everybody else until.
Oh shit! Someone
like
did it in a 102, but it didn't play, right?
Yeah, someone did a 102. You know what that means?
Hold on. Did that not play?
Nobody knows.
Thank you, Jay Spoon. Jay Spoon dropped it 2 minutes ago. I need to figure out, like, I don't know why this didn't play.
They look in the mirror, the Democratic Party is going to be in trouble. Secondly, why did my keys miss? Because my keys are based upon the proposition that a pragmatic, rational electorate.
Cenk goes hard on this guy. This guy's actually pretty old, too. Like,
decides whether or not the White House party is governed well enough to get 4 more years. That was exploded this time by a new wave of disinformation that we've never seen before. In addition to
he's saying my shit was wrong because of the misinformation, and Cenk is going to hit him.
The usual
with
sources
some
of
shit
disinformation.
Here.
We had a huge change this time. A 300 billionaire, a guy who's richer than most countries of the world, who controls X, spreading vast disinformation. According to reports, billions upon billions of viewers saw his disinformation. People have a completely distorted view of the economy.
What was the disinformation?
Inflation is going up.
Let me pin you down on that, though. What you say, Elon?
All right, I think it'll play now.
Silver lining of World War III is that we won't die of fully preventable diseases that RFK banned the vaccines for.
Yeah. I had to get some vaccinations yesterday.
Thank you so much, Jay Spoon, for coming through and getting us to 86% of the goal. And we're at $777.
And 1 dime.
And we'll get to this in a second here because it does get pretty interesting.
Interestingly, when this laugh started, my computer screen went to shit.
Wow.
I have a bunch of white lines across my computer screen now.
Really?
Yeah, just stupid laugh dono broke my computer screen.
I doubt it.
Highly inappropriate behavior. Oh. Miserable. Oh my goodness. Make those white lines come up again.
Hey!
Oh my goodness.
I love it. All right.
There we go. Back to your regularly scheduled programming.
Hey, make that white stuff come out again.
Must be spreading disinformation. Like what?
Yes. He is spreading vast disinformation that's sunk in. Even people who think their own financial situation is pretty good think inflation is going up when it's been cut by 75%, that unemployment
but it's still
is
inflation.
a near high when
it's
it's
still inflation,
near
Professor.
a low.
On that point, see, it's interesting. You would say that's disinformation, but the point is that inflation is still not zero. Therefore, prices are still going up. Therefore, people...
The only way you get inflation to zero is with a recession.
Yeah, but here's my point.
Obviously.
Here's my point. Yeah, but here's my point. Democrats kept telling the American people rather arrogantly, I thought, the economy is in really good shape. Meanwhile, inflation still exists. In other words, prices have continued to go up and up and up, albeit not at the same rate they were going up. But if it wasn't zero, and it wasn't, it was like 2.5% or whatever by the end, that is still inflation. So it's not disinformation to say
the only
Americans
way
are
you
still
get it
suffering
to
inflation.
zero is a recession.
Yeah.
Deflation. That's ridiculous.
When you deflate the economy, when you deflate the currency, you have to go into a recession for that.
Inflation has been cut by 80%, but it's not just inflation that people are wrong about.
But do you accept
It's
inflation
every
means prices are
aspect
still
of the
going
economy.
up? Do you accept prices were still going up?
Of course.
Right, so
They
that's the point.
always do, unless
But
you have
so
a
it's not
recession.
That's not disinformation,
That's ridiculous.
then, is it? By Elon Musk,
And it's
that isn't
disinformation about every other aspect of the economy as well. Disinformation about undocumented immigrants, like they're the bloodthirsty killers. They are the most law-abiding segment of our society. According to numerous studies, including by the Libertarian Cato Institute, they commit crimes, including violent crimes, less than half of that of Native Americans. And they don't drain our economy.
Whoa,
They are
what
the
do you mean by Native Americans?
You know.
Oh,
the
I don't know that,
agricultural,
Ben.
construction, personal service, hospitality industries. Studies show you will drive the economy into a recession if you go through large-scale deportation of immigrants, and you will sweep huge numbers of U.S. citizens because all the databases used to identify undocumented immigrants are fundamentally flawed. You can't have a pragmatic electorate under these conditions, and the mainstream media is utterly feeble. It spends 20 times more time on meaningless polls within the margin of error than it does telling
They're
truth
utterly
to power
feeble?
and
What is this
indicating
guy?
the consequences of this election.
But it
And
is
it's
okay.
being taken
I'm going to come
over by
to
billionaires.
Okay, I'm going to come to Cheng. I mean, Cheng, the biggest deporter in American presidential history was Barack Obama, who deported over 3 million people. This idea that Trump is going to become some outlier in terms of mass deportation. The great mass deporter was actually a Democrat president, Obama, by a long way, by the way. So this idea of like disinformation, I think some of it is disinformation.
Why doesn't Obama get more respect for that? He built more wall than Trump did. He deported more people than Trump did. Put some respect on my man's name.
The idea that this election was only won through right-wing disinformation, I'm afraid, I view that as a total delusion by the Democrats. Again.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm sorry, but I totally disagree with Juan and Professor Lichtman. Don't blame the voters. I think, look, we could get into this discussion, but Juan, I think you're blaming the voters. I think that's a terrible idea. And look, I debated Professor Lichtman before.
Who's
I
the
told him
twink
his
there?
theories about the keys were
Hi, I'm Twinkie the Kid.
absurd. I was right. He was wrong. I said he'd lose his keys.
I feel like this guy's been in Destiny's DMs.
This is when they start fighting.
I was not wrong, and that's a cheap shot, and I won't stand for it.
Well, who won, brother?
You should not be
Who
taking
won?
cheap
Who
shots
won?
at me.
Who
You
won?
want to make your
You
point,
live
make your
in a
point.
total
Don't make it
world of
personal.
denial.
I read your own followers' comments, and they all trashed you, every one of them, and supported me.
Yeah,
so quiet with
right.
your personal
Yeah,
attacks.
come find out again.
Make whatever point you want. Don't
Look,
make it personal.
You don't know anything. You don't know anything.
You attacked me
You
personally.
You're so deluded.
Oh, right. I've only been a professor for 51 years.
On this program,
published
I've never been
13
able
books.
to finish a
How
thought.
many books have you published? No, because you're personally attacking me again. Say whatever you want, but I'm not going to stand for
brother,
personal
you got it
attacks.
wrong.
Say
you were
whatever you want.
preposterously and stupidly wrong. So, okay, all right. Can I just
Don't
finish
call
a
me
goddamn thought
stupid.
ever on this show?
No, not if you're
Okay,
personally
well,
I
you proved
admitted
it.
I was wrong. I don't need you to call me stupid.
Okay.
Can I just say,
What
it's
kind
great
of
to see
nonsense
you,
is that?
It's all getting along
Who taught
so
you
well.
manners?
It's lovely to see a post-election harmony as you all come together again.
Hey, Alan,
right now.
Hey, Alan, you deserve a tall glass of shut up juice. So can you just shut up for a second?
Wow! Did this guy just watch the interview with Conan O'Brien this week, where he brings up how the one of his former writers went to work for the WWE, and this week talked about how The Rock used that in the Attitude Era, and Conan talked about it this week. Cenk literally saw that this week and stole the shut up juice line from Conan O'Brien talking about it this week that Rock used in the 90s because one of his ex-writers went to work for WWE. What the hell, Cenk? You owe Conan O'Brien some residuals.
Someone who knows what they're doing.
You're so right, Pierre.
You're so right. We're so unified right now.
You want, so I will not sit here and stand for personal attacks, for blasphemy against me. You don't need to do that.
No blasphemy.
Blasphemy against you? What are you? Are you Jesus Christ, you loser?
Yeah, is this guy Jesus Christ?
Can I just give the correct answer for once? Okay, here we go. So, guys, you're blaming disinformation. There was disinformation. There was the cats and the dogs nonsense. The points you're making about undocumented immigrants, I agree with, Alan, okay? But that didn't cost the election. The main disinformation was about how the election was going to be rigged. And it wasn't rigged. It was dumb. They won easily. There was no need for that disinformation.
Damn.
You guys are missing the whole point. The people who are at fault are not other people. It is the candidate, Kamala Harris, the previous candidate, Joe Biden, Democratic Party, Democratic leadership. You guys don't want to admit that they're the problem. They're the cancer in the Democratic Party. So you blindly lash out at the voters, at information, at social media, and you want to shut down anyone who disagrees with you. That's not the correct answer. There are three wings of the Democratic Party. There's the establishment wing that the great majority, almost everyone on television supports and kisses the ass of and does propaganda for. That wing has led to disaster. They lost to Donald Trump twice, nearly lost to him 3 times. And then the other wing is called the progressive wing, but those are two different sets of people. In the progressive, so-called progressive wing, what you have is the identitarian left, the people who do what the right wing would call woke politics and identity politics, and that is disastrous. That's what the trans ad was at the end, and it cost us. The most popular part of the Democratic Party is the populist left. That is the Bernie.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with him to a point here. The populist left, and he's saying Bernie Sanders.
Sanders 2016 campaign. That part says, let's do super popular economic proposals like paid family leave, higher minimum wage.
If they would have ran with Bernie Sanders, Trump never would have had a chance.
Yeah.
Bernie was big.
Yep.
Healthcare, public option. Let's do all of these things. And the establishment goes, no, our corporations don't want that. Our donors don't want that. So we'll just do identity politics. And maybe identity politics will unite the left. But it didn't. Identity politics led to disaster. It was a poison within the Democratic Party, used, ironically, by the establishment Democrats because they didn't want to talk about popular proposals that we have because their donors hate those proposals.
Okay, let me bring in Harry. Now, Harry, you tweeted or posted on X on November the 6th. Kamala Harris's speech was amazing. Graceful, strong, hit the right tone. She's a fantastic leader and a great role model. No idea how she lost to Trump. You're a bright young guy, Harry. I've interviewed you several times. Right? You know why she lost. And that speech, in a way, to me, was the perfect illustration.
This is Harry Potter?
She basically said nothing. She talked about billions of stars and the moonlight and shining lights and all that. There was nothing there. There was no meat on the bone, no substance. And that was her problem throughout the whole campaign. She had 100 days to show America, here's how I'm going to fix all your problems. Instead, she did the Hillary Clinton playbook. After promising us joy and sunshine, immediately pivoted to Trump's a Nazi. They're all fascists. They're all disgusting.
That is one thing that Piers Morgan says all the time, but hardly anyone was actually calling him a Nazi. Some of his former, cabinet members said that he kind of talked about how much he admired Hitler a lot.
His Madison Square Garden event was all over the news as a Nazi rally. They were calling it a Nazi rally.
Who's though?
The media everywhere.
The media, but not. Okay.
Thing.
Hey,
and by the
people
way,
went a little too hard on the Nazi.
Who's people though? Just like random people?
No, the Democrats.
Who?
Went
Which
too hard on
Democrats?
Trump bad. I never mind.
They're all my rich, famous entertainment friends who are all going to surround themselves on me on stages. Didn't work for Hillary, didn't work for Kamala. And at some point, young guys like you who are the future of the Democrat Party, you've got to wake up and smell the cappuccino. You need a candidate that can resonate. I mean, Chenk's right. The Democrat candidate who has most resonated with the public was Bernie Sanders, right? You'd have done better with him running in this election. But you guys don't see it that way, do you?
Well, I think that since the election happened and sitting with it for a couple weeks, I know why Kamala Harris lost. You know, I think that what I said was premature. And I think it's a combination of what all the gentlemen around me are saying. I think it's like a middle ground in life, which I think is often the case, which is I think Professor Lichtman is right that it was a lot of disinformation pushed by a lot of bad actors in the right wing. But I think that Cenk and the gentleman beside me
hang on, Harry, there was disinformation from the left as well. When you keep calling him a Nazi...
But Piers, it's not to the same,
hang on.
it's
Let me
not to the
finish my
same
point.
level.
When you keep calling Donald Trump a Nazi and a fascist and all these things, and his supporters, Nazi sympathizers...
It was his own
all that is total
Nazi.
disinformation. Because he hasn't murdered 12 million people, and he's not going to.
Well,
and by the
Piers,
way, you all know that. So the disinformation is on both sides.
I do not know that Trump's not going to murder 12 million people. And since when did it become 12 million? I thought it was 6 million.
I disagree. I disagree with calling Donald Trump a Nazi or calling him Hitler. But I want to be clear that it was his own former advisors who called him that and like
and his future vice president that called him that back in the day too.
Him to Hitler. Kamala Harris never got on a stage and said, "Oh yeah, Trump's Hitler now." She just alluded to the fact and brought up the fact that his own former advisor said that. But I also want to make the point that I think that Cenk and the gentleman from Fox News is right when it comes to the economy. I think we were not great when it came to messaging on the economy. The benefit that Trump had is that he could put his slogan on a yard sign. He could say, Kamala Harris, Democrats, high prices, Trump and Vance, low prices. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, was tasked with explaining, okay, here's why inflation went up. Obviously, it's not Joe Biden and me. It's because of external factors. Here's why gas prices went up. Obviously, it's not me. It's external factors. You know, if you're explaining, you're losing, as the famous saying goes.
Yeah.
So that was the uphill battle that we had. And I think there was kind of a perfect storm that led to Donald Trump being elected. And I think that I disagree with Cenk.
But you're missing
often.
something else. You're missing something else,
Sure.
which is all the culture war stuff that we kept being assured by the left nobody cared about. No one cares about the trans debates, right? Nobody cares that biological men are wrecking women's sport. Nobody cares that they're invading women's personal spaces, and so on and so on. No one cares that kids are being put through mutilating surgery before puberty. And we kept being told, nobody cares about this. Leave them all alone. It's transphobic. I'm not transphobic. I wanted trans people, as I still do, to have fairness and equality in their lives exactly the same as all of us on this panel. But when you keep telling people it is fair, on the one hand, Democrats said, we protect women's rights on abortion. On the other hand, we're absolutely fine for women's rights in sport to be traduced at this ridiculous altar of biological men who are now trans women competing against women and beating them. You can't be both. So the public went, this is, and you're shaking your head, but look, the New York Times did a report about that ad, which the Trump campaign did so successfully and repeatedly.
I saw it.
You know, Kamala's for they, them, Trump's for you. They reckon it moved the needle by 2.5 points. It was the most successful and effective 30-second ad in modern political history. So people did care. And the Democrats were just too deluded, it seemed to me, because most of them, you must realize this issue of trans athletes in women's sport is wrong. You all know it's wrong. For some reason, you wouldn't get off that train. And that delusion was one of the reasons.
It might be wrong, but I really enjoy watching women get beat by men.
Badly, I believe.
But Piers, to Professor Lichtman's point, that ad in and of itself contained misinformation. The ad was saying, oh, Kamala Harris wants to pay for prisoners' transgender surgeries.
All right, she said it a few years ago, but she said it.
But wait, hold on. In the New York Times also reported that this took place under Donald Trump's presidency as well, because depriving a trans prisoner the right to get gender-affirming care is, Cenk, it's the law, it's the Constitution, is against the Constitution of the United States, preventing cruel and unusual punishment, because if somebody is deemed medically necessary to to receive care, no matter what that care is, and you ban it or say, no, you can't get it, that absolutely falls under cruel and unusual punishment. So Donald Trump did the same thing. And that's an example of the disinformation, or at least the lack of context that Trump's campaign
do you accept, Harry?
No.
Do you accept that this...
Yes,
this
Cenk, I'm sorry, yes.
But do you
yeah, he's the one that fits in the least there. Justin Bieber.
Kid?
Yeah.
Except the so-called culture war stuff.
Harry
That I would
Styles,
frame
one of
as a kind
those
of very, very far left progressive woke stuff. That I've seen a lot of Democrats in the more center part of the party coming out now and publicly saying what I was saying for a long time. Apparently Bill Clinton kept warning them internally. David Axelrod has come out and said, we've got to stop this. You know, Joe Scarborough did a big monologue about it on Morning Joe. At some point, you've got
Morning
to
Joe
that most average Americans just found all that stuff complete bullshit. And that's one of the reasons you lost. And you've got to move on from it. If you come back with another woke progressive platform in 4 years' time, you will be out of office potentially for 4 more, 8 more, maybe 12 more years. I promise you. Take it to the bank.
So, Pierce, I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing it. I think that we do have to move on from a lot of the culture war stuff. I don't like the word woke, but I understand the context of you using it. I think that, yes, and to some degree we have to move on. But by moving on, we shouldn't throw people under the bus. We shouldn't say, oh, you know, trans people are the reason why, or LGBTQ plus people are the reason why. That's not the reason why. It's just that the culture war stuff came off as very kind of gross to some Americans. They really didn't like it. So I agree to a degree, but not in the way that you're framing it.
Okay, let's talk about race, because it seems...
Can I get in here?
Well, one second.
Because
hang on. Okay. One thing, I'll come to you, Shane. Don't worry. On the issue of race, many people found it extraordinary that a guy who a lot of people think is racist beat a black woman, and that a lot of people that helped him win turned out to be a lot more black men voting for him than first time, and a lot more Latinos voting for him than the previous times. How important, if at all, was race in the end? Or was it actually a case of a lot of black and Latino people went, we don't care?
They're saying people are voting more along the lines of class now. Like they're noticing a trend in that direction. Maybe not more overall, though.
Care about all that stuff. What we care about is jobs, cost of living, illegal immigration, and so on.
Well, I think everybody cares about jobs, cost of living, inflation, and so on. And by the way, I don't think you're right about those numbers. I think there were more black men than black women who went towards Trump. But remember, they're still a small segment of the overall electorate. The big shift, actually, as I said, Latino men was a huge shift, and they're also not that big a section of the electorate. The big electorate in this country still is white people, and overwhelmingly white men went for Donald Trump, and white women who I thought, and I think a lot of pollsters thought, given the abortion issue and the success of abortion as an issue that favored Democrats in 2020, but also after the Dobbs decision in 22 and all the referenda, the white women again voted for Trump. You talk about, is this a race issue? The race issue may be that white Americans were overwhelmingly in support of Donald Trump. And if you look at black America as overall black America supported Kamala Harris. Overall, Latino America supported Kamala Harris, even Latino men who had that big shift. So to me, race is a part of the story because, you know, in America, the demographics are creating anxiety. And I think the anxiety is most evident in terms of white America seeing that there are more black people, but also Latinos as the second largest group in the country now, and rising number of Asians. It plays out in so many ways, and I think Donald Trump is just expert at exploiting, that racial anxiety to say to people, these Democrats are playing identity politics or whatever. I think the identity politics overwhelmingly is played by Donald Trump with white America.
Cenk, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, so look, I'm going to address what Juan's saying too. But first, Harry, I know that the same policy was under Donald Trump, but that's not disinformation.
The war of identity politics is almost always going to be won by the identity majority, unfortunately.
That's for our candidate to go out there and clarify that and to fight back and to make her case. but she refused to make her case. She barely did any interviews. They were all incredibly structured to protect her fragile ego. All she did was talking points. Donald Trump's out there, sometimes like a maniac, but a lot of times looking like a real person at McDonald's and with the garbage truck. And our side goes, oh, that's terrible.
Looking
no,
like a real person, not doing work. The middle class love Donald Trump because they like to go to work and just goof off too.
Those are great photo ops.
It was brilliant.
When our guy is a corporate talking robot, that is not helpful. We are misdiagnosing the case here. So when on these identity
jump in
issues,
here.
the Republicans set traps. No, hold on. The Republicans set traps for us. So the great majority of the country is in favor of trans rights, and I'm 100% in favor of trans rights, and I bet you that the entire panel, including Pierce, says that as well.
Yeah.
But when you go beyond rights and you say, hey, they dug and dug, they tried to find, hey, how about banning them from the military? Trump tried that in the beginning. It wasn't popular. Banning them from bathrooms, not popular. But they dug until they got to sports, and that was winning ground for them. And what I said is, guys, get out of there. It's a trap. You don't have to fight on that. You're falling into their trap. And what happened, as Pierce can attest to, is everyone else on the left screamed, transphobe, fascist, Nazi. Let's dig in on our least popular position. That was terrible politics.
Totally agree with that.
And Juan, I love you, brother, but it ain't about race. It ain't about race.
You know what?
Latino men didn't vote for. Hold on. Latino men didn't vote for Donald Trump because all of a sudden they like white.
Yeah, this is now part of the Young Turks network.
White people or orange people. They voted for him based on economic issues. Democrats only think in terms of identity, but that's not working anymore. The number one identity people care about is not Latino, black, or white. It's class. Are you going to do something for the average man, or are you going to sit there and play identity politics so you avoid the more important questions that your donors don't want to talk about that actually helps the average guy, like paid family leave and higher wages?
Okay, Professor Lippman.
I don't get it, Sink. I don't get it. The reality is, like, Bill Clinton, Bernie Sanders, Barack Obama, they stood up for Obamacare. They stood up for fair pay. These are populist issues at the heart of the Democratic Party. You go after the Democratic Party donors and the establishment Democrats stood for those issues, brought them to the table, and won. And Democrats, if you look at what Joe Biden did in terms of bailing people out during the virus and saying that we have to have infrastructure and building, that helped working people in this country. But a lot of lies were told about that history.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, Professor, I know you got to leave us, so just you wanted to jump in there.
Yeah. First of all, let me add a quick fact. There was no massive switch of black voters to Donald Trump. Donald Trump got 13% of the black vote, 11% the last time. That's 2% of a very small segment of voters. So that's one of the big myths of this election. Second big myth is that hindsight is 20/20. We have a lot of Monday morning quarterbacks who, after the fact, are telling us what Harris should and should not have done. And half of them are saying she lost because she was too progressive. She was too open to the charge of being a radical, a socialist. The other half have said, of course, she lost because she wasn't progressive enough. We heard that from Cenk today. It's all sports talk radio without the entertainment. There is no way to know after the fact what she should or should not have done. If she had only done this or that, it would have made a difference. That's just hot air with absolutely no proof. The difference that I bring to the table is a track record of successful prediction.
This guy loves his own farts. He's huffing his own gas.
Presidential elections have previously worked as pragmatic decision-making on whether or not the White House party has governed well enough. And then my analysis is based upon what's changed.
Is just kind of
what's shattered the pattern of 160
the keys. It's the keys
of history. So I have a base for my analysis. I'm not just doing Monday morning quarterbacking. Cenk, you need to learn some manners. Your act is getting really thin.
I mean, brother,
You got
I
an
said what
enemy,
was going to
Cenk.
go wrong. It did go wrong. I was right. You were wrong in this election spectacularly so with your so-called keys. And now you come and tell us not the Monday
And
morning
unlike you, I'm
quarterback?
willing to admit when I'm wrong.
Are you ever going to learn the lessons?
Can I
You
just
never-
ask, for those,
What
can
I'm
I just
worried
ask
about, guys-
hang on. Just ask, for those who have no idea what the key thing is all about, why are you flashing keys?
Okay, because this brother said that he had these keys and they were going to determine the outcome of the election, and all the keys were rigged in favor of incumbents. And I tried to explain to him, no, there are things outside of the keys. We literally had a debate, and I asked him, what if Joe Biden, this was back when he was defending Joe Biden, which now seems unconscionable, what if Biden came and punched a baby every single day? Would your keys still hold? And he said yes. Okay, well, then you're an unreasonable person.
I was right.
But what I'm most worried about is not
Biden.
the past,
Let me
it's the
explain
future.
why. I was right.
I mean, listen to him.
about
he's-
Biden.
You have no idea how absurd you sound. Okay, but guys, the most important thing is not between me and Professor Lichtman. God bless you, brother. I know you did a lifetime's worth of work, and I feel a little bit bad about it. The reason I'm saying it,
I feel a little bit bad
it's
about
not
it.
to rub it in now. It's because I'm worried that in the next primary, you're going to tell people to vote for the establishment Democrat. That all of you on this panel are going to go, oh no, vote for the corporate robot, vote for the corporate robot. And that's going to destroy this party. That's why I'm fighting
give me a
back
name.
so aggressively.
Give me a name.
No, vote for the populist left.
Give me a name.
Well, in the old days, it easily would have been Bernie Sanders.
Who
Now
is
he's
it now?
too old. So, look, I would start considering Sean Fain, head of the UAW, Sean O'Brien, head of the Teamsters, Jon Stewart. Go outside of politics. Almost everyone in politics is already corrupted. Find someone who is not corrupted and who's for the average man.
Harry, you're shaking your head, but I mean, Jon Stewart, if he could be persuaded, I would imagine could be very good as a candidate, couldn't he?
No, I don't
I would
take
vote
objection.
for Jon Stewart.
I would vote for him. I just don't know how well he'd do, like, overall. But yeah, I'd vote for him.
Jon Stewart. I just
Have
think
we
have
ever
some
had a Jewish president?
No. We've never even had a Jewish vice president. We had Joe Lieberman run with Gore, and people thought Gore actually won, but it was decided by a court. So, but yeah, no, we've never had it. We've only had 2 Catholic presidents.
people in the Democratic Party who are very talented right now who could be the
Give me
Democratic
some
nominee.
names.
Governor Shapiro won Pennsylvania by like 20 points. Governor
Ben
Wes Moore in
Shapiro?
Maryland. How much more connected to people do you need other than like Wes Moore, who's great? Raphael Warnock from Georgia won a swing state and is a senator from a swing state. Gretchen Whitmer, who had a trifecta in Michigan for the first time in a long time. There's really talented people in the Democratic Party who are elected officials right now. And
Why does it have to be from the party, though? Like, why? You know?
Because they want to be parties. They're their Democratic Party representatives here. They're like party purists from their panel position.
Schenk can shake his.
That's why they're bringing up Jon Stewart saying out of the party.
Settle he'd
Like, no,
But
no,
these
we
people
have
are
good
winning
options in
swing
the
states
party.
overwhelmingly.
Who would you like
And
to
if they
see,
have appeal,
Harry?
I think any of the people I just mentioned, I'd love to see. I'd love, and there's plenty more, but I think we're going to
Because
have a great
I'm
primary in
pretty
2028
sure
with
I
a lot
would
of
lay
talented
good
people.
money now that J.D. Vance will be the Republican nominee in
I'd say that's probably a good bet.
Because I think he's
I'd probably say
actually
it's a good bet.
He might be the incumbent president going into the next election. I mean, Trump's not getting any younger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
direct
At least
contrast
J.D. Vance played Magic the Gathering cards.
to Mr. Waltz, who I thought was a total disaster. I thought J.D. Vance started with a lot of negativity, but became a real force for Trump, particularly in getting young men to come out and vote for him. So I suspect he'll be the nominee, but we'll see. Professor Lippman, we're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I appreciate it. In a moment, though, we're now going to be joined by, to add to our panel, the Ohio State Senator Nina Turner, and first making his uncensored debut, the host of the Kyle
Kulinski.
Show, Kyle Kulinski. Well, Kyle, welcome to Uncensored. We're trying to get you for a long time. Just having a little chat with you before we get reaction from the panel. But why did the Democrats blow it so badly, and what do they do to avoid this happening again in 4 years?
I mean, the simple answer is that Kamala Harris kind of codes as a technocratic status quo manager, and Trump codes as a change agent. And so, I mean, to sum it up as simply as possible, voters just thought he's going to deliver more change, she's more of the same, and they broke for him.
Who would you like to see run the party now? I mean, what's the future of the Democrats looking like to you?
Jon Stewart. I've been pushing that since the day Trump won this time around, because what we need is Honestly, a controversial, charismatic celebrity.
I don't think Jon Stewart wants to do it, but I don't know him. You know, he's got a pretty chill life.
He's got some political, aspiration to an extent. Like he wants to support things.
Sure.
He might make all of the difference, but it's that mixed with Bernie Sanders' policies of actually delivering social democracy for people, raising their pay, getting them health care. I think that's the magic stew. And honestly, I think it's a shame that more people aren't talking about the controversial, charismatic celebrity portion of Trump being so successful, is that you can't keep the cameras off him. He's entertaining. Love him or hate him, you can't stop watching him. And so we need to sort of mirror that on the left. And I think the way of doing that is Jon Stewart.
But I would add to that what Bill Maher's been warning for a long time to liberals, speaking as a liberal himself. And I'm pretty much where he is politically, I think. I feel the same way. And I know you've been keen to say, look, Kamala didn't mention any of these woke issues or whatever, but she's very much associated with a lot of those woke issues. She's certainly voted in line with a lot of the more progressive stuff, like allowing transgender athletes in women's sport and so on. So she's seen to be a progressive who then moved rapidly to the center when she got the nomination, and it was all too much of a screech for people, probably on both sides.
Yeah, when she was like, I'm pro-fracking.
But this whole woke ideology, I don't mean the original woke ideology of raising awareness for racial and social injustice. I mean the way it's become a kind of new form of fascism, where the far left just basically want to cancel, shame, and humiliate absolutely anybody who disagrees with them about anything. Do you accept that has become a problem, a stick to beat the party with, which actually really damages them electorally?
No, I think Kamala ran basically the platonic ideal of a non-woke Democratic campaign. She never mentioned race. She never mentioned gender. She never mentioned trans people. She never mentioned pronouns or Latinx or cancel culture. She repeatedly stressed that she was going to represent all Americans. She ran to the right on the issue of the border. She talked about owning a gun. She ran on freedom and patriotism. And so when you put all that stuff together, I simply don't know what people are talking about when they say she's
they're talking about her record.
Those things at all.
Hang on. They're talking about her record as vice president of the Biden administration, where they never stopped talking about this stuff for nearly 4 years. So you can pretend when you get the nomination, whoa, I'm a centrist and I'm a gun-toting Rambo, by the way, as well, to all you Second Amendment people. But actually, if you judge her on what she said and did in 4 years, she was a progressive left person.
And even if she didn't say all that stuff, even if she didn't do all the stuff that she did, they very effectively called her, a DEI hire. The other side said that she slept her way to the top.
Which is stupid because she was elected to the top. Did she fuck everyone that voted for her?
That's what they insinuated.
I'm like, no, that did not happen.
Every position she got into by fucking her way into it.
But that's not true. That's insanely untrue.
Well,
you can't fuck your way into elected office.
It very effectively worked in the favor of the MAGA people when they were like, she's a DEI hire. She fucked her way to the top. She doesn't deserve to be the president. She's a slut whore. And it worked. It devalued everything else she had.
It worked because they already wanted to hear that.
Yeah, and it rallied up enough people.
I don't know. I don't think that was really the issue that buried her quite as much. That was something they repeated a lot.
No matter what she said about woke in her campaign or in what she did, they put the woke mark on her. She was targeted by it. She was the DEI hire that fucked her way to the top. They woked her into it. She was a woman who didn't deserve to be in her position. She was only there because of woke. That's what they did to her.
To just ignore what went on in that period.
What I'm much more concerned about is not Democrats being woke or Democrats censoring speech. I'm much more concerned about Trump's record on those things. So, for example, Trump said he wants to punish flag burning with a year in jail. That's against the First Amendment. He sued CNN for $475 million for calling election denialism the big lie. Before he was president, he sued Bill Maher for $5 million over a joke. He said he wants to open up the libel laws. He called for jailing journalists who report on the Supreme Court abortion ruling early before the decision.
How many of those things did he do in his first term?
Pro-Palestine protesters.
How many of those things did he actually do in his first term? Because it seems to me another problem, and he does this brilliantly, by the way, with the left. He sucks you in because he just shoots them a hip and he says stuff that cross.
I've noticed like Piers Morgan has gone like pretty pro-Trump in the last.
Yeah, he was on The Apprentice. He's like a Trump protege.
Mm-hmm.
His mind or whatever. And rather than pick him off on stuff he actually does, you all go completely nuts every time he opens his mouth and says something a bit crazy. And if I was advising the Democrats, I'd be like, stop doing this. You're literally playing into his trap every time you do this. Just pick him off. If you want, pick him off on the stuff he actually does. Then you got a better chance.
All right, I'll do that. Here, ready? He gag ordered the EPA from telling the truth on climate change. That's deeply anti-free speech. He arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting. He did not pardon Assange. He did not pardon Snowden. He did not pardon Daniel Hale. He wanted to invoke the Insurrection Act to deploy the U.S. To deploy our own troops against George Floyd protesters. These are all things that are actually on the record, things he actually did. And the thing that I find incredibly frustrating is that nobody talks about it. Trump magically gets a pass for things he actually did.
He doesn't get
Democrats
a pass.
get held to a super high standard.
Come on, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. He was even like convicted of something, and now they're not even going to bother sentencing him.
They might, after he's president, they might look into it after.
They might look into it.
How many times have you heard Trump say those things I just told you?
Trump has had.
Wait.
Hang on. Let me answer you.
When was the last time you heard
Trump
that?
has had the most unrelentingly hostile media from a mainstream media that is largely staffed by liberals. We know this because the way they all go nuts when their paper wouldn't come out and endorse Kamala, and they all resign, so they reveal their true colours. Cable news the same, MSNBC, CNN. You can fire a harpoon around their newsrooms and you wouldn't hit a conservative. So let's just get real about the way mainstream media is made up. I've worked in it. And there are very few conservatives. And that is part of the problem as well. And I just think that ultimately, if the Democrats are going to try and make themselves electable, they've got to move wholesale on now to a far more effective way of campaigning. And it can't just be every time Donald Trump speaks, mass hysteria, shaving your head, going on TikTok and posting videos of yourself screaming and saying you'll never have sex with a Trump supporter again. All this stuff is insane.
How about just telling the truth? Wait. How about just telling the truth? That's a radical idea, right? When was the last time you heard that Trump arrested and charged 6 journalists with felony rioting? Who talked about that? Did CNN talk about that? Did MSNBC talk about that? Did you talk about that? Nobody talks about it. And the fact of the matter is Trump attacks Democrats 4 times as hard as they attack him.
Yeah.
So if anything, the lesson to take away is the opposite. Democrats should get more arrogant, they should get more aggressive, and they should tell the truth more.
Yeah. Come on, Kyle. You know that would be utter
No, that's the
suicide.
truth.
You know what? You wouldn't be as good at it as he is, because he does it with humor. You lot all do it with these incredibly straight-faced, virtue-signaling,
John Stewart.
outrage,
That's why I said Jon
everything
Stewart.
faces. And it's
There
like,
you go.
if you all just chilled out a bit, have a bit of Kool-Aid,
No.
have a bit of a
That's
laugh.
why I said Jon Stewart.
Death
I
by
said- I
mockery. Well,
literally
actually,
said
you're
run a
right.
comedian
Jon
here.
Stewart gets exactly the right tone. On that, I agree with you.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
he does.
agree. Yeah.
I agree. Let's bring in Nina Turner and the rest of the panel. Nina,
You know who would actually be better than Jon Stewart? Like John Cena. John Cena would be a dope politician.
Hard disagree.
He's like everything Arnold is, but
No.
American. The Rock, John Cena.
John Cena
Great
is
president.
a shill for China. We don't need
Which
him as a
perfect
president.
Democratic president. John Cena, the Manchurian candidate.
Communicate.
Oh, this is something Big Diesel sent me.
Communicate with, frankly, these savage apes. We need to mollify them. They are developing along like an entirely different genus and species. If we don't find a way to share this planet with them, these apes are going to rise up, and it is not going to be pretty. Let me tell you what.
The United States is dumber than dog dick.
Thank you.
Dumber than dog dick.
Okay, so
Thicker than
this was
dog dick.
edited. If you notice, you can't see the goal or anything. It's covered. So someone put the picture of these fine African Americans here. So something is being okay. You know what I'm saying? This is out of context.
No idea what's going on. You were there. I'll take your word for it. Once again, a stereo shows his true colors.
Yes. That's happened a few times on this show.
I have fucked both of my parents.
Oh, God, it stretched it out weird like that.
But have you made both of them come?
Of course. Shit. I don't know why it did that, but it's cool. It had it all like stretched out and shit.
The sentencing in President-elect Donald Trump's New York criminal hush money trial will not happen next week as originally planned. Judge Juan Merchan delayed it while Trump's lawyers and prosecutors
Abby Akone
argue over dismissing the case entirely.
Yeah, Trump was found guilty of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records after his lawyer made payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels. But earlier this year, the Supreme Court ruled presidents are immune from any official acts made while in office. That calls into question some of the evidence presented at trial. District Attorney Alvin Bragg does not want the case dismissed and asked the court to consider other options like delaying sentencing until after Trump's upcoming term in the White House.
Theory, Judge Merchan could still set a sentencing date where he could slap a fine on Donald Trump, for instance, and then be done with the whole thing.
Is this Sydney Sweeney and the Haktua girl doing a news segment?
Decides to send in their formal arguments over the next couple of weeks.
So yeah, I don't think that's. I just don't think it'll even happen.
I don't believe it's gonna happen.
Yes. So, yeah, he's gonna pardon himself. We'll see if that's possible. Or it would go to court.
If he doesn't get charged, he can't pardon himself, right? So
he was charged. He's been charged and convicted.
but if he doesn't get convicted, right, he can't pardon himself without a conviction. Is that it?
I think so, but he has been convicted of some of this stuff. They just haven't. They delayed the sentencing.
Yeah. Interesting. What a weird time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. Things are going to be all right.
No, they're not.
One thing I've always wanted everybody to know is that nothing bad ever really happens. We live in a simulation. Fear is here for you to give into. And when you give into fear, you get spanked. But if you don't give into fear, you become a superhero. And you can actually fly. Because none of this is real. You're going to have to break and get some water.
Yeah, I mean, we're at the 4-hour mark, so I mean, like, I might go a little longer, but if you're like, ready to call it,
I'll stick around. I just got a bad cough and my throat's really dry.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go grab some agua.
All right. We're in the home stretch here, everybody. We're at 7.99. We just got a little more to go to get to the goal. So if you're there and you want to help out, just use the link pinned in the top of the chat so we can do this tonight. Oh, shit. Let's see what else. we have here? This should be wholesome.
I'm gonna copy that. I heard. What we do, share this stream. Well, you can follow along with me while I do this. And
It's T. Bob Ross.
yeah, we'll see how it works. There it goes. Now, to give me an idea for the size, I'm going to go into my project area, and I'm going to copy off a little area of it there to give me an idea what kind of size that I'm going to kind of be dealing with, that I'm going to kind of want. I'll go copy that off.
I don't know what this is going to do. This might be trash.
Deformity. I'm done with that shade. Let's go grab off. I don't know which one to grab off next. Let's grab off maybe the second red right here. Nope, I'm done with that red there. Let's grab off this darker one here. And I can rotate that sucker, no problem. Put that stem on the left side for me. I'll do the same thing right here. Grab off a bright red like this one down here.
Yeah, I like T-Bob's other videos better. Right?
Or else I was supposed to add to it, not take away from it, I think. Yeah, that's where I made that mistake. Okay, so let's go do that. No. I don't know where I went wrong with this one, but here's how I can fix it. I'll just go grab another one that's intact instead of having to eyeball this thing like that. Oh, actually on here, it's not messed up.
He's
T-Bob is such a beautiful artist.
Yeah, he's T-Bob Ross.
He's got the happy trees.
Yep. I like that.
T-Bob needs to play Minecraft.
He plays Mein Kampf instead.
Oh.
Yeah.
My struggle.
What is this?
What's up, Facebook and YouTube? It's your boy back at it with another video. And a drink combo I promised. Believe me, I made a drink combo that was pretty freaking tasty. Let me just remake it one last time.
Gonna make that combo, Cobes.
And it's gonna start off with my favorite liquor, Jack Daniels.
He is a fan of the Jack Daniels.
And as long as the next ingredient is mayonnaise, I can make one of these Cobra combos. But that's all the other ingredients I have. Let's see if it's mayonnaise.
I like mayonnaise and I like Jack Daniels. I do not like them together.
Well, it's up to Cobra now.
And you got Hellman's instead of Best Foods?
Yeah, I bought this at Grocery Outlet. It was 99 cents.
They finally released the full-color version of Oregon Trails. Thanks, T-Bob.
T-Bob. They remade Oregon Trail. It's on Steam. They made like a newer version of it.
Can you still die from dysentery?
Yes. Yeah, it's the same game. It just looks newer.
I love Jack Daniels Tennessee Whiskey Old Number 7. This right here is my favorite liquor.
Woo.
It's got a bite and it's got a taste, and I'm here for it.
I've been wanting the new Marvel vs. Capcom. One of my favorite games was Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and they basically released the whole Capcom Marvel collection on Steam. It's fully playable online with people, which is awesome and everything. But I just have never every time I'm do I really want to spend $50 on that? And it's usually no. So I haven't got it, even though it's been out for months and months. Hopefully there'll be a Cyber Monday sale, and it'll come down in price.
Not
Marvel
a sponsor.
versus Capcom.
Yep.
Jack Daniels not a sponsor too.
Now, when I went to go order these Segways, I wanted the Michigan Cherry Fizz.
Shit, it's not.
Oh, Michigan!
So they substituted it with the strawberry daiquiri flavor.
Good. You don't want that Michigan shit.
After trying the drink combo, can't say I'm complaining. 1 second. Pour it.
Strawberry Fields forever.
Got a little bit of room at the top for our final ingredient, which is some cherry Coca-Cola. There's a strawberry cherry action going.
Strawberry cherry.
That's the sound a drink combo is being made. Oh shit!
And then drink combos lead to babies being made.
You have another delicious drink combo made by yours truly. I want to post this on Facebook too because, yeah.
Hey.
It's been 1 year since Puff ran away from me, and he hasn't come back yet. So there's a good chance he might be dead, and I'm absolutely devastated. Like, you have no idea how upsetting it is for me. You have no idea. I don't want to show any emotion on camera because I know I'll get made fun of for it. Because my trolls are fucking assholes. I did a video tributing the 9/11 victims 1 year for a 9/11 anniversary. And then I was drinking a drink combo, and I'm like, it's only gotten worse since 9/11, making that astute observation. And it made me cry. So when I cried on
yeah, that was and then he did the one where the kids, he's like, those poor bastard kids.
Those poor bastard kids.
Those poor bastard kids.
Now everyone and their mother makes fun of me for crying about it, so I'm like, you know what?
You just gotta roll with it, Josh. You just gotta
Don't give the trolls your tears.
Right.
Just avoid. Fuck my trolls, they're assholes.
I'll drink to that. Mm.
Oh, fuck. Mm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is where he plays like some AI music and shit.
Full. And my YouTube trolls made fun of me for crying on a 9/11 tribute video. It was the anniversary of 9/11. And I made the astute observation that it's only gotten worse since 9/11 with all the mass
We go back on
shootings
this?
and COVID-19.
Yes.
People just being jerks to each other, and it's just...
Yeah, I don't know how much...
This drink combo has delicious Jack Daniels in it, and the way I mixed it, where it's like... It's the dominant flavor, but you don't have any burn. And that's, you know what I'm saying? Not that I can't handle the burn, but the stuff is delicious.
Now it goes down like candy.
I'm missing my lizard puff terribly, and like I said on Facebook, I don't want another pet. Losing your pets... You know.
Yeah, he's dealing with another broken phone too. His phone broke.
Oh.
And
it wasn't his fault?
I have no idea what happened.
Pain.
He said he was hacked. I don't understand what happened. I don't even.
Can't believe you got hacked. You trolls are terrible.
Losing your pet is too much pain, dude. It really is.
It is heartbreaking.
I got the window open. I might bust out some pipe tobacco here in a second, because cherry pipe tobacco smells delicious.
Bust it, Cobes. Bust out that cherry pipe tobacco.
No, honestly, I miss my lizard puff terribly, and nothing seems to cheer me up about it, so I just gotta deal with the pain and the sorrow and work through it, because that's being human for you.
Yeah. Cheers. Drink your way through the pain like real human beings.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
To die ever so fucking slowly.
Has anybody sent Cobra Galaxy gas yet? Or is he not a man for the gas?
I think they sent him a DVD of Galaxy Quest.
blow that pipe smoke right out the window.
Gone out the window.
Oh no.
I'm gonna post this video on fucking YouTube. I don't care. My dad did originally say you could smoke indoors. You just gotta close the door and open the window, so.
Yeah. Who cares? Your dad originally said that.
It's an upgrade from his old apartments. It's, you know.
Yeah.
Me and Cobra.
I just feel absolutely.
Me and Cobra were both playing guitar at the same time. Like I was playing rhythm and he was like doing his shredding and shit. It's pretty.
You guys
sweet.
were in a band.
Basically.
Disgusted because my lizard Puff shares the same name as P. Diddy, and like low-key,
that
I'm
is
pissed off
unfortunate.
about it. And nobody had any idea how depraved he was until he got arrested. So it's not my lizard's fault, and it sure as hell ain't my fault.
Fuck sickos.
The title of this video is going to be 1 year later. Because honestly, that's accurate. I miss my lizard Puff.
Damn, I miss my Puff.
I would feed Puff hard-boiled egg twice a month. Hard-boiled egg is like a treat for your bearded dragon. What I do is I'd hard-boil the eggs, and I let them cool off to room temp.
With a little Mountain
And then I'd
Dew.
take them out of the shell, and then I'd stick it in Puff's tank. And I'd break it up into pieces. And all the bugs that I put in his tank would munch on it, and then he would munch on it. And then
Cobra's gonna make another bug burger. Actually, I think it's like a tarantula. Someone said them like edible tarantulas or something.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
munch on the bugs, you know. Believe me when I say this. My lizard Puff was spoiled rotten. You know? I treated him like a king. I spoiled my lizard Puff rotten. Like, I spoiled him rotten. I'm like, okay, cool. I love hard-boiled eggs. So that'd be a thing where I'd make a bunch of hard-boiled eggs. And then I would eat some, he would eat some. You know, when you got a food you can feed your pet, that's good for them in small doses, mind you. If you want to give your bearded dragon hard-boiled egg twice a month is the recommended amount. And that's what I did. And then even when I did that, I would sprinkle calcium powder all over the hard-boiled egg.
All
so
that
get
thing
his
up.
protein, you know, and Puff loved hard-boiled egg.
My man.
Like, I spoiled him rotten with that kind of thing.
Ben does not like hard-boiled eggs.
I do not like.
Puff?
No.
Puff
I know
does.
what people
Yes.
are saying. Just,
His lighter keeps
just
being
get
cute.
another bearded dragon. I'm like, it's
Nobody
not that
has to
simple,
be
dude.
cute.
You can't replace the emotional attachment. I'm so devastated over the loss of Puff that I don't even want another pet. And people are sitting here giving me shit about it.
Yeah, you people are
It has nothing to do
evil.
with anything. This is literally exactly my own emotions. And as soon as I post this video on fucking YouTube, everyone's gonna give me shit about it because my trolls are that predictable.
I wonder if they gave him shit about it.
Of course. He's always getting shit.
Drinking and Dying Alone. It's a song about getting wasted and dying in a one-horse town. Really, really fucking sad song, man.
in a one-horse
It's the
town.
Alcoholics National Anthem. Drinking and dying alone. And one breaks a psychotic girlfriend. So it's been an emotional roller coaster for me, man. But I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there for my idols, for my fans, and for my friends, and for my family. You gotta keep going for the people who care about you. That's what it's all about.
Yes, King Cobra.
You gotta
keep going for me.
Keep going, Cobra. Just making the best of every day.
No dying alone, King Cobra.
King Cobra.
I try, but I can't go on. Look at that huff and puff. It's a nice little tobacco pipe. A little smoke
If
got
you
going
want to
there.
hear my pop tribute song, I'll post it in the description. Or not in the description, blah. I'll post it in the comment section below.
Oh, did we ever hear that tribute song?
I don't know.
Like, I wanted Suno to give me a sad, fucking powerful, just emotional fucking tribute to Puff, and they delivered. Suno's a great website for what it does.
Yeah, Cobra was watching while I was playing Suno songs, so he started using it. And his latest album is like an hour and a half long because it's like a mixture of AI and like fully recorded tracks. So it's like the longest Cobra album ever.
The Cobra double disc, Man versus Machine.
Yep.
Looks so happy.
He ran away.
Oh no.
Skin so rough, yet spirit so light. Lost my best friend in the dead of night.
The thing about Puff is that he's a bearded dragon. You've watched him on YouTube. When he gets bored of certain things, he'll take off and run away. You've watched him do it on YouTube. That's how bearded dragons are. They're a wild animal. And he's never run away from me when I was outside. Except for the one time that he did. And I wish I had a bearded dragon leash for him. I should have got one, but it's my first time owning a bearded dragon. And
in the arms
my fondest
of the
memory
devil.
of Puff, I was in the kitchen of my apartment at the Conquistadors, bitching and complaining about certain things. And Puff literally walked into the kitchen to make sure I was okay, like, "Hey Dad, is it okay? What's up?" Like,
Did Puff said that?
I was sitting here
Yeah.
bitching and complaining about what I normally complain about, and Puff heard me and sensed my distress and walked into the kitchen to check on me to make sure I was okay. That's a bond with animals that you'll never understand.
Yeah, only a few of us can bond with animals like this.
Is something that you'll never understand.
The trolls could never
Humans
understand.
are so miserably evil to me and cruel and fucked off. But
True.
It's exquisite.
Footsteps we share now, shadows and dust. In the quiet room, echoes of trust. Be the dragon gone without sound. empty house, no joy is found. Gone, puff, gone, where did you go? Left me here feeling so low. Scary friend on your journey wide. I wish you safe on the other side.
This is like the end of Fast and the Furious 7 when Paul Walker is CGI'd into the car driving away. I just see Puff driving off into the distance.
We bask in sunlight carefree.
Puff and his buddy the Geico Gecko driving a little car into the
I
distance.
search through the tears on the moonlight's glow, hoping somewhere you'll let me know. A whisper, a sign from the twilight's gleam, bring back the nights of scales and dreams. Gone, half gone, where did you go? Left me here feeling so low. Scary friend on your journey wide. I wish you safe on the other side.
Losing him that much more.
Life on
bitter
Earth
and
had a few
depressing.
cracks. I hope you're in heaven eating God's food.
And if you wouldn't
Wait, no
want
in hell,
your-
because we believe in Satan. Puff, I love you.
For
Hope you're
fucking
waiting
pets running
for
away
me.
from you and dying. Why bully Cobra for it? Because you're bitter about. Because you're bitter about certain situations, like, fuck off, dude.
Fuck off.
I searched through the tears.
Yeah.
I fed you bugs. I gave you
wanna
hugs.
keep going
You and
for
I shared my
idols
favorite
and
drugs.
for
I miss you, Puff.
the people
Puff,
who
puff,
fucking
pass.
care about me. At
Puff,
this
puff,
point.
pass.
Make that
Because
white stuff come out again.
I miss you, Puff.
I really don't.
Puff, puff, pass. Puff,
How
puff,
much
pass.
crap are you supposed to take before you're just done with life?
Take it
And
all,
I'm like,
Cobes.
you know
We
what?
suffer.
I'm gonna keep going for my idols, my fans, my friends, and my fans. And fuck suicide and fuck
Fuck sickos.
all
Fuck,
the drama.
fuck suicide and fuck sickos.
You know what really sucks? Like, we probably would have already reached the goal tonight had I been able to stream like 2 nights where I just no, it was 3 nights. Yeah, 3 nights where I tried to stream.
Yeah, this fucking bomb cyclone owes you money, Ben.
There was like the first night when the storm was actually happening, my power would go off for like a second and all my monitors would like go out and I'd have to sit and like watch them cycle through. And it rearranged them also. It was so stupid. Fucking bullshit.
Gotta blow some smoke. Gotta blow some smoke. For our happy bloke. We miss Puff. I'm gonna make a Cobra Monopoly game.
Josh Saunders and his Cobras and his pipe smoking. Oh my goodness gracious, he's so autistic. Fuck off.
What?
He's got that tism riz.
Triz?
That triz. I wish King Cobra got blown down by like 8 to 10 baddies every night. He deserves it.
He's got the tiz riz.
So, like, Chandler's Wildlife, he lost Kevin the King Cobra. And a lot of people follow him on social media. Like, Chandler's Wildlife is like a modern day Steve Irwin. He's got balls.
Hell yeah.
Man's got balls. Tasty,
So when he
pasty
loses
fleshers.
a venomous snake that he cares about, you feel it. And like these venomous snakes know that he's good people, that he cares about the animals. That's the only reason why Kevin the King Cobra hasn't like bitten Chandler's wildlife. It's because he established a trust with that cobra specifically. And like animals are good at judging good character. And that's exactly why, you know what I'm saying? But I digress. Cheers to my family, my friends.
I
and
think
my fans.
maybe the reason why a tree didn't land on my house is because Cobra said he was going to use his magic to stop the storm.
Thank you, Cobra.
Yeah.
You did the best you could.
Because I asked
Cobra
him,
doesn't get enough credit.
well, I asked him about when he was stopping it from snowing in Casper.
You didn't make the white stuff come out?
Not as far as snow was concerned, no.
Okay.
This video is going on bloody YouTube.
Bloody YouTube.
There we go.
Ben.
Yeah.
Do you ever get advertisements from UK food trucks where they're serving these potatoes? A jacket potato?
A jacket potato is basically a baked potato.
Yeah, like I get these damn YouTube videos of these guys in a truck serving baked potatoes with beans and tuna fish on them.
Nope. No, I don't.
I wonder if everybody else sees them or just me. This seems like the weirdest, fattest thing to send to somebody.
No,
like, hey, bruv, you want beans and cheese and tuna? I'm like, oh, who eats this? Bruh.
Somebody.
Yeah, though people line up outside of this damn food truck. There's like a huge line to come and eat a baked potato covered in beans and cheese and tuna fish.
Have you had Moto pizza yet?
I don't think so. That's the one that was on like back order for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, they just opened one in Bellevue.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I think they do like a Korean pizza I was interested in trying. What one did you try?
I've done just the pepperoni, and then there's also, what was it called? I'm looking it up really quick here. It's called, where is it?
Jumano's. First and last are on the house, mate. First customer, last customer, always on the house.
The first person to eat at Moto Pizza in Bellevue Square got free pizza for a year.
Oh, lucky. I wonder if that was a setup.
What?
Oh, the person gets free pizza for a year. That was probably the owner's nephew or something.
It wasn't.
It was a scam.
Why?
It was a setup.
Why is everything a scam and like a conspiracy? I don't understand.
Do you not live in America?
No, dude, that's what you just said is nonsense. Do you not live in America? No, that's not how it works, dude.
It's the country scam built.
No.
Which one did you see? I heard the Mr. Pig was good. The beef adobo looks clam chowder. Did you try the clam chowder?
No, it was Mr. Pig. That was the one I had.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they get that nice, like, crispy cheese around the
deep
edge.
dish style?
Yeah. It's Detroit style, you know?
You better roll up a little bit. Look at clam chowder, crab.
Yeah.
What's kissed? Is that
it says
crawfish?
Pepperoni, spicy sausage, Moto cheese blend, Parmesan tomato sauce, spicy honey. That's kissed.
Yum. You better roll up this other layer. Look at all these different flavors. Beef adobo.
Yeah.
Yum. Pickled kimchi. That might be the Korean one I was thinking of. The all-in. It's a combo. The cheese. Look at those delicious pizzas. What are they? $25? Are they good size?
Some of them are. I mean, this is like the bigger kind that they have. When I go, I get like the personal ones like these. You know?
The lunch pies?
Yeah.
Are they about half the size as the bigger one?
Maybe like a third. I think I don't know like exactly.
Yeah.
They don't even have the bigger ones at the Bellevue location. They only have the smaller ones right now.
Oh, well, fuck you,
But there's one in Belltown, and there's one, I can't remember where. There's a few of them, and there's one at the baseball stadium, too.
Mr. Pig. That's my name. The name again is Mr. Pig. And Mr. Pig has spicy pork.
Yeah.
Pork belly.
Yep.
Yum, yum, yum.
Yeah.
Going dumb,
Crab.
dumb, dumb.
It's worth a try. It is pricey, so it's not like it's not your common pizza, you know. But it's like
this is bougie pizza.
Then there's what else?
There's this big thing that's been going on in the north end here. There's like taco tents that are popping up on the street now.
I saw
everywhere.
that. I saw a video about that.
There's one like right up the road from my house. Every time I drive by it, and it's got a huge line.
Those are very common in LA, so that's like it's like a new thing that they're getting them here.
The one by my house is the one that everybody seems to be doing their videos at.
Yeah, it's like near Northgate or something. Like
yeah. Every time I see a video about these street tents, it's the one by my house. And they're like, "You got to try the brisket. The brisket is very delicious, tasty treat. Oh, if you go to the spit, the spit is delicious." I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to stand in a fucking street to get taco. I'm bougie.
Have you been to Serious Pie? Because that's the other pizza place that everyone freaks out about.
Yeah, I haven't been there. Don't they do Serious Biscuit as well? They do like the morning is a breakfast biscuit or something. And then the night is pizza. I can't remember.
Well, they have okay. So there's it's all owned by the same people. There's the Dahlia Bakery, the Lola Restaurant, and Serious Pie, and they're all like the same. But I think they do make
Serious Pie.
Yeah. I don't know. Do they have pictures of the pizza? No. See, they don't show the pizza, and that's a problem.
Yeah, what are you hiding from a Serious Pie?
I've seen pictures of it, and it looks good enough. I do like Moto.
They should call
like
this secretive
level.
pie. Yeah, Moto is good.
There's the place that used to be the pho restaurant that's like a boat.
Yeah.
Now it's like they make garlic chicken there. It's called The Boat now, and they make this like Vietnamese garlic chicken there. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to do Korean fried chicken a lot.
Yeah, I like that.
Sure.
Yeah, the Vietnamese shit's like very different. But yeah, like Korean stuff is really good. And I guess that like originated from Americans over there during the Korean War, and then it like caught on over there. Chicken and beer.
Oh yeah. Ludacris knows. I'm worried about this P. Diddy thing. People are saying Ludacris bowed to P. Diddy. I wonder what Ludacris did. That's what Cat Williams said.
Oh, well, that guy's insane.
Cat Williams said, sometimes you got to say no to $50 million. Sometimes you got to say no to Diddy.
Cat Williams got beat up by like a 13-year-old. You ever seen that video?
Yeah, that tells me Cat Williams stood up to a 13-year-old. And a lot of men won't do that.
Okay.
Cat Williams got like a huge, was it GQ magazine? Put him as like one of the men of the year this year.
He did a show in Albuquerque like 10 years ago and had a mental breakdown. And they ended up like ending the show like for him, like being like the show's over. And they had to refund everybody and shit. He had this crazy mental breakdown.
Damn, he's 3 apples tall. I love Cat Williams. I think he's very funny.
So I think we'll probably wrap it, and I'll just do a stream tomorrow and try to meet the rest of the goal. Kind of spun our wheels in the mud for a couple days because of all the downtime.
There was a bomb cyclone.
A bomb cyclone.
It was a bomb cyclone. I almost died. Probably not, but I did go to the hospital. It's been a hard week for us, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it was annoying at worst for me. Like, I just felt like I lived in a cave for a little while because it was like dark and like cold, and there's like I had all this stuff. You don't even realize like how much stuff you have that can only be used with electricity. And
What's
then
something that you wouldn't think of that you didn't have electricity for that you realized?
Well, I mean,
really,
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh.
I'm saying you don't realize how much of the stuff you have is like completely useless without electricity and just is like takes up space everywhere. And then when you're just sitting there like in the dark and there's like you have all this like priceless junk that can't even be used at that point.
Yeah,
So,
it makes you really worry about the inevitable fall of man.
no, I'm not worried about it. And then another thing was like when the power came back on, then the internet didn't come back immediately.
That sucks.
And then it's like I found myself watching like antenna TV because that's all I had, And then it's like back in the day, I remember having all these like DVDs and shit, and I just got rid of them eventually. And it's like, damn, like now that I don't have the internet, I can't really watch anything. I can't really, do anything.
Yeah.
I have like a few physical Xbox games, but most of them are like through Game Pass, that kind of shit.
Yeah, maybe you should have like a internet's out download package of like TV seasons or something.
Yeah.
You can watch.
Put it on like a thumb drive or something.
Yeah, something like that. Just give you a backup plan. Like, well, I guess we're watching How I Met Your Mother.
I watched just like marathons of the X-Files. There's this one over-the-air channel that just played the X-Files all day. So I watched a lot of that. There's way more over-the-air channels now than there was back in the day because they're all the digital channels. Like, there'll be like channel 4, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Like, there's like multiple decimal channels with weird stuff on them.
That's badass.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them play old movies and shit, and there's like sci-fi, There's it's cool.
There's a guy named Jim S calling out your use of over the air. It's over the air in quotations. What does that mean?
OTA.
It's over the air TV.
Yeah, or you can call it antenna TV.
When I was a little kid, they had the Sega Game Gear, and you can get a little add-on for Sega Game Gear that lets you watch antenna TV on your Game Gear.
Yeah, I had
thought it
Game
was
Gear.
so cool.
I had Game Gear, but I didn't think that thing was cool.
Yeah, I didn't have a Game Gear. I was like, oh man, I thought antenna TVs were badass. I finally got a portable antenna TV when I was a kid, and like I would go around just watching like channel fucking 5 or 9 on my little TV in my little bedroom, or like camping and stuff. I thought it was like it wouldn't work camping. That sucked. But I would like take it with me and then try and find something.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a the first Xbox One, the first edition of the Xbox One has a TV tuner for it. And when I'm here and they have like a sports event that I want to watch that isn't online, you have to like watch it either like through cable or through like antenna TV. Then I plug my Xbox into my Elgato, and then I watch it like over the air, but I watch it on my computer screen here, And it comes in handy sometimes. Like I wanted to watch Ohio State play today, but they I had to watch it on Fox, like over the air. Yeah, so
hacked it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. All right. I think we're gonna wrap it up, and I'm gonna do a stream tomorrow morning, and we'll get the end of the goal. So, all right, guys. I'll see you all next time. Have a good rest of your night.
Woo.
I'm an incel, mindfulness shit. I'm a Christian, and I have evidence. I'm a Buddhist, and I wear no clothes. I'm a pedo, and I think that shows. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. I'm an alpha, I live with my dad. You're a Simpro, and I'm just a Chad. I'm a black belt, you know what it is. And my carpet, it's all covered in jizz. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. I'm an alpha, I live with my dad. You're a Simpro, and I'm just a Chad. I'm a black belt, you know what it is. And my carpet is all covered in jizz. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing. I'm Jared Genesis. Do you know what I am saying? I'm hanging at playground, watching kids playing.
Hehehehe